Just come in, I got it.
This order in the court is in session. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Good morning, peeps. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope you all had a lovely long weekend and took a break from the darkness of this trial. I had a pretty good weekend.
Go for it. I'm sorry, I'm ready when you are. I apologize for the delay.
That's okay. I just understood that the defense needed to see the court, so I figured I would get ready.
Certainly.
So when you're ready.
If I could just grab one quick file and right there.
I'm very, very, very curious about what will happen today. You know, it occurred to me as I was scheduling this that if the defense, if this particular witness, and there's Adam's empty chair, so good morning, everybody. Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad you're here. There's Adam's empty chair. If this witness has come forward for the defense, as we were hoping for, and for those of you who weren't here Friday, at the last minute, we heard about a potential witness who called the tip line during the trial, and they went and interviewed this person. And there was some conversation about whether this person should be a witness. And it was really looked like it was going to be up to the defense to listen to the interview that the potential witness did with police and determine whether to put them on the stand. If it's a defense witness, I think that might mean that we won't learn about this until the state's case is over. And the state's case is not over. The state is still putting on its case. We're in the middle of state's witnesses. So that'll be interesting. Another interesting thing that I read is, we've been talking about how much the defense has been, bouncing off of Kayla Montgomery's testimony. And, in some instances, they're trying to use it to discredit her. In some instances, or discredit other witnesses against her testimony. In some instances, they just want to use her testimony to prove she's a liar. And I saw this headline just yesterday saying that, the defense wants to block Kayla's testimony. And I think that's what a lot of that motion, what we were hearing about last week, was about. Adam Montgomery wants a testimony of his estranged wife excluded from jury deliberations in his trial on charges related to killing. So they were apparently not happy, obviously, with that testimony. I mean, it's a normal, right? Of course he does. It's a very, very normal part of the process. They argued a whole motion last week. I'm wondering, good morning, everybody. I'm wondering if that particular paper is just kind of late to the game in reporting something that happened last week and they already argued and the judge has denied. Yeah. COWARD. Coward. You ain't got no alibi. Coward. Right. So there was a whole argument in front of the judge about blocking testimony, and it was denied. Now, I don't know if that's the same argument that this particular paper was, the union leader was talking about, and they're just late on the uptake. But anyway, I appreciate you all being here. I really do. Please remember to hit the thumbs up I had a good, if busy weekend. I am preparing content for a project I'm working on for my other channel. If you haven't checked it out, it's Checkmate Humanity. Hold on one moment, please. Yes, please do be sure to, watching true crime should be kind of like being on an airplane and the oxygen, mask drop. Always take care of yourself. Put your oxygen mask on first before you put it on any children or other people with you. Take care of yourself first. Make sure that you are in the best possible place you can be to listen to really awful testimony, meaning don't allow it to affect you, meaning, as much as possible. Because yes, we want to be here for Harmony, and this is justice for Harmony. But we also want to be the best we can be, possibly be for that justice. We don't do anybody any good if we're not okay, right? And that's generally how I try to approach raising my kids. Can you guys let me know if you can hear me okay? There haven't seemed to be any problems before, but so I'm wondering if this is because usually they've started by now. It's 6:05. This judge has usually started things on time, and that hasn't. Oh, good. I'm glad you can hear me. Great. Thank you. Thank you. This judge has been keeping the clocks running on time. So there must be something interesting going on. I hope we get to learn what it is. The judge did also give the jury a very strong, indication last week that I think he'd be there by now if he was coming Lil Red, but we'll see. I could be wrong. Last week the judge gave a very strong signal that the case should be tried by the end of this week. It should basically be with the jury by the end of this week, which is interesting to say considering it's a short week, right? We're starting on Tuesday. So I guess she's, they're going back to their tables. Something has been decided. I don't know if I'm picking up on body language that I want to see, but Elaine looks a little dejected. Am I right? Elaine looks like, she's moving slowly and things are not going her way. What do you think? What do you think? Maybe she's just exhausted. Maybe she spent all weekend determining whether to, try to get this witness. Maybe she really wanted the witness and the judge denied it. She's moving so much slower than usual. Yeah. I mean, I for sure need coffee this early, so but it's earlier for me than it is for her. And the state appears to just be, doing as usual, getting things ready. they have been moving through witnesses at a pretty good clip. You know, there were still a lot of names on. There were still a lot of names on the state's witness list. Did I read the story of Adam's father passing? No, did that just happen? I'm catching up on chat right now. So did his father just pass? Oh wow. That's sad. You know, if Adam did the things that I believe he did, I don't feel as bad for Brian. I'm sorry, not Brian. Adam as I do for the parent. And you know, I don't know this parent from Adam. I've never seen him. That's my thinking exactly, Caroline. He died. Well, he Caroline says he died knowing his son was a monster, right? He died while his son was on trial. Not sure if he was going to be convicted of this, but nonetheless, he died with his son locked away for many years already. And yeah, losing a parent is hard. So, you know, he hasn't even been showing up. So it doesn't seem like it would affect the, you know, this trial particularly. Like the functioning of this trial. It sounds like his grandma raised him. She's 80 something. I'm sure this only causes more heartbreak for her. Exactly. So, was it his father's mother that raised him? If so, that is really, really, really sad. And it tells you. It tells you something. Oh, Johnny. Well, this is your chance. This is your chance to meditate without any of this BS, you know, trial in your head. From at least on the GoFundMe, it's unexpected, huh? Wow, that's too bad. And gosh, right? You know, this parent of a possible murderer died
Council Pruch?
like that. Okay. So now the judge is back. Counsel's approaching again. There's a little bit more of a spring in Elaine's step. I would imagine it that's what it sounds like to me, that it would be Uncle Ken's brother. I'm sorry, not Uncle Ken, Uncle Kevin. That's funny. I said Uncle Ken because I had an Uncle Ken before he passed. There is, I agree, Tess Mac. It seems like everywhere he goes, it's trouble. It is just, what is that? There's like a rhyme. Toil and trouble, something, something, something. I'm looking on the artist formerly known as Twitter to see if there are any updates that will help us determine what these delays are about. I don't think so. By the way, it is rather Shakespearean, this whole situation. By the way, I have been meaning to, I don't know if I'm going to go live about it, but I've been very interested in this stuff with the Schmidt Petito case. There's deposition transcripts coming out where, you know, Brian Laundrie's parents are saying that when Brian called them and said Gabby's gone, they had no idea what he was talking about. So frustrating. You're right, Johnny. I'm one of the 3 people in the entire universe who wasn't into Harry Potter. Me too, Harlot, and it's just that case has a special place in my heart. And
Junior Gotti, are we ready?
We are.
Okay.
We may need
it's
to
unbelievable to me.
later on for other witnesses, but that shouldn't stop.
All right. Everybody ready? Jenny Smith, ready to go?
Morning, Bogart.
All right, please bring in the jurors. All rise for the jurors, please.
Yeah, I mean, everyone around me, my kids, my family, my babysitter, my friends, everyone, they were all into Harry Potter. I just wasn't. Oh, thank you, Mel. Appreciate that. Yeah. Johnny's like, oh no, I've met all of the only fans, the only
Ladies and
non
gentlemen, you may be seated.
Harry Potter fans in the entire world, and they're all
State
here.
and calls next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Douglas Small.
Douglas Small. So this must be a relation to Kelsey. And we are not learning who the mystery witness is. Damn. Damn. I've been looking on the docket for updates. They don't update the docket.
Your Honor, can we have some headphones for this witness, please?
They don't update the docket with every single witness very well, or every single motion or anything like that.
Oh, right here.
You just watch your step, Mr. Small.
I think that I'll bet you anything, Mary Jane Doe. If we don't find out during the course of the trial, the press will find out because they made such a big deal of it during this. Somebody in the press will contact them and find out not necessarily who the witness was, but whatever happened to them if they don't bring them forward.
You need to be in front of the microphone. Mr. Small,
Yes.
can you hear?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, so
please
they
remain
put
in
on
front of the microphone.
hearing devices.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Small, if you could stand and raise your right hand, I'm going to administer an oath. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Reasonably.
Okay. Do
reasonably.
you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat and you can make yourself comfortable, sir. When you're ready, if you can start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Douglas Small, Douglas Small.
And Mr. Small, forgive me for asking, but how old are you, sir?
85.
And what city and state do you currently reside in?
Carmel, Maine,
How long have you lived in Carmel, Maine?
all my life.
And sir, what do you currently do for a living?
Well, I'm semi-retired, but I have rental houses and I maintain those.
And you maintain them. Do you do roofing on those houses?
And siding, anything that needs to be done.
At 85.
That's right.
What
I
are other?
don't do it all myself.
Okay. What are other positions that you've held in the past in terms of employment?
Boy, I had just about everything going. I learned at a young age, if you're going to live in the state of Maine, you've got to do just about everything, unless you have an education.
Do you own any properties in Carmel, Maine?
I do.
And can you describe those for the jurors, please?
They're just, they're all one family residential homes.
Do you own any large parcels of land?
Have two properties that encompass about 30 acres each.
Is there an old schoolhouse on one of those?
There is.
Is there an old outhouse on one of those properties?
It's the old outhouse that you speak of is in the old schoolhouse. It's a one-room school.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness? I'll speak into a mic.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Small, I'm going to ask, do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
She was my granddaughter.
Okay, and you say she was your granddaughter.
Correct.
Where is she now?
She's in an urn in the cemetery in Carmel, Maine.
Again, I'm sorry to ask this, sir, but when did she pass away?
In March of 22.
So, Mr. Small, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65. I'm just going to ask if you recognize any of the individuals in this photograph.
It looks like Adam Montgomery in the rear, but I honestly couldn't state that to be a fact.
Okay. And if I can have this. Mr. Small, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 90. Do you recognize the individual depicted in this photograph?
I'd have to have it a little closer.
You can handle it.
Thank you. It certainly looks like Kelsey in the lower bottom.
Kelsey Small.
Kelsey Small.
I can take that back, sir. You mentioned Adam Montgomery. Are you familiar with Mr. Montgomery?
He stayed at my home for several weeks.
Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Small, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in this?
It looks like Adam.
Adam Montgomery? And you said that Mr. Montgomery stayed at your home?
That's correct.
How long did he stay at your home for, Mr. Small?
There were two periods, and I don't know the date that he arrived the first time, but I drove to Rochester to pick both he and Kelsey up, I believe, on the 11th of November of
And-
21.
Of 2021. And are you aware of Mr. Montgomery, the defendant in this case, staying with other family members of yours?
No, he was at my house both periods.
Do you recall him staying with your daughter, Bessie Small?
There was one night that perhaps, that's my daughter-in-law, but I'm not sure. I go to bed early. Whether he actually stayed overnight or not, I couldn't swear.
Mr. Small, did you ever loan the defendant one of your vehicles?
No,
And how about your granddaughter, Kelsey?
I let her have my Pontiac.
And specifically with respect to late 2021, did you lend Miss Small that Pontiac that you just mentioned
I told them they could have it to go to Manchester with. Yes,
to come to Manchester?
yes.
And you mentioned that it's a Pontiac, but can you describe it for the jurors, the make, model, if you're able to?
Yeah, it's an old one. It's an '06 Grand Prix.
Do you know the color?
I would call it gray.
Mr. Small, with respect to the properties that you own in Maine, are you aware of searches that were conducted on those properties?
There was one day when a group of detectives, or at least police people, came and went through the old schoolhouse.
Do you know what they were searching for?
At the time, I didn't.
Do you know now?
Well, I suspect that, no, I don't know. But
Hold on, sir. Hold on one moment, please. There's an objection. Hearsay.
Your Honor. So I have a longer response for that. I don't know.
Right. If you have a speaking objection, please approach.
I feel nothing but compassion for this man right now. One more person who had to get dragged into this trial, really, for being a good grandfather, for being a loving grandfather. And now he has to sit here in front of this trial with special hearing devices because it was his car that Adam pilfered from his life. Yes, Adam sucks. Everything he touched went to stone.
Mr. Small, do you recall how many detectives were present that day?
couldn't swear to them. 4, I believe.
And how long were they there searching
Oh, in the building itself?
the building and the property?
Yeah. I'd guess that a half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Small. No additional questions for you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Small. I do not have any questions.
I was about to say, don't you dare
Your Honor, I'd ask this.
give this man a hard time.
All right, sir, you may be excused, so I'll ask you just remove your headphones, please. You can just leave them there. We'll take care of them.
Thank you.
Be careful of the wires.
And he had to come to all the way to New Hampshire just for that. He is a handsome gentleman. So just so you understand my bias. Oh, look, there's the grandma. or it looked like it might have been a grandma. I'm not sure. My bias is because of my grandfather. My grandfather was like my father. He took the place of my terrible father. And I saw you all talking about how you had active grandfathers. My grandfather was very active up until he got cancer, and then he died. And that was like the first major passing in my life. And ooh boy, was I devastated. Oh, I I was young, and then I was younger in my brain than I was in my body, and man, oh man, was I devastated. Because I had
The state calls
an amazing grandfather,
Trooper Brian
a true hero, a true hero. So anytime I see, and I didn't hear who they said this witness is. Let's listen. Looks like it could be law enforcement.
Trooper Hernandez, if you would remain standing and just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Good morning,
There's
Your
some
Honor.
water there if you need it. And when you're ready, if you can just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
So I'm Mass State Trooper Brian Hernandez. First name I spell Bryan. Last name I spell Hernandez.
Thank you, Trooper. Obviously, I've called you Trooper. Can you tell these jurors what you currently do for a living?
So I am employed with the Massachusetts State Police. I am currently a detective with the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office.
And sir, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up. It's a big room, and all the jurors need to be able to hear you.
Hold it, Your Honor.
Just imagine talking to the back of the room. Can you tell us how long you've been so employed?
So I've been employed with the Mass State Police since 2020. 2020, it's about going on 4 years now. Previously, I was a city cop for the city of Chelsea in Massachusetts. That was from 2014 to 2020.
Prior to 2014, any law enforcement experience?
Prior to 2014, no.
And as far as your current duties and assignments, can you tell the jurors about that?
Yes, I'm currently employed with the Suffolk State Police Detective Unit. We handle homicides. We do major felony crimes as well.
Do you assist in missing person cases?
Occasionally, yes.
Detective, if you can. So during the course of your career as a detective with the Mass State Police, did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
And can you explain to these jurors just your role and participation generally in the case?
Yes, with this case, Manchester PD reached out to Mass State Police. They had areas of interest that they wanted to conduct searches. So they reached out to the Suffolk County District Attorney's office, which we handled as investigators. It was up to me to kind of coordinate with other Mass State Police units, including the Special Emergency Response Team, which is also known as the SIR team, and other Mass State Police units as well.
Did you act as a liaison between the Mass State Police and the Manchester Police Department?
And Attorney Knowles, I'm going to ask you as well to please keep your voice up.
Thank you.
Yes, he is a
Yes.
quiet talker.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you to everyone for your kind thoughts, and I'm sorry to everyone who has lost wonderful family members in sharing. And I agree with your points, Rhodes, about when a person sobers up, they're the same person unless they do something to change their
Trooper,
lives.
if you can just tell us, when did your involvement in this matter begin?
It began early September 2022.
During your involvement in this case, did you receive certain toll records related to this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes, you may.
So Trooper Hernandez, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 100A through 100U. And I'm just going to ask that you look at each of those in turn and look up when you're done. Thank you, Trooper. Are you familiar with the items depicted in that?
Yes.
Sorry. Are they fair and accurate based on your memory of the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification as States 100A through U and marked as full and published to the jury.
Without objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. They are entered as of full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if we may approach briefly.
Yes?
The way I like to look at it is that addiction just makes the worst parts of you worse. It makes every part of you worse, the best parts of you and the worst parts of you. Right? And yes, it is a symptom. It's a symptom of something bigger. And that's something I wish I knew when when I stopped drinking and using, was that I needed a lot more than just a 12-step interdiction. It helped for a while, but I needed a much more foundational addressing of my issues than 12 steps. They did help a lot. They did help a lot. Yes, that's right, Mary Jane Doe. Trauma is the gateway drug. Childhood trauma causes the pain that a lot of people reach out to try to seek healing and relief for, even if they don't know what the heck is going on. They can't identify what they're feeling. They just know that they need to feel better. And it's very easy to, look at other people participating in something that makes them feel better. And then it's very easy to get addicted to it. And then, of course, there's the, physical pain that you get prescribed drugs for. And then those drugs are very addictive. And people get addicted who wouldn't normally get addicted because they're because they are in some sort of pain, and it's insidious and it's horrible. And there's got to be a way out of this trap that we're in, you know. It's really sad. So I'm trying to figure out what this particular trooper is here to testify to. I think maybe this particular trooper was one of the people who questioned Adam at the when they stopped him and Kelsey with the car. And that might be, you know, one of the foundational things that was just laid with the with Grandpa sitting there on the stand, because Grandpa was basically sitting there on the stand saying that was my car and that was my granddaughter. And he confirmed that was his car, and that he knew Adam, and that Adam stayed with them for several weeks before traveling from Maine back to New Hampshire and being found in New Hampshire. So I believe this trooper might be testifying to them being interviewed on the body cam there.
Wait, Attorney Smith.
But what I'd really like to figure out, I don't think Kelsey had children, but somebody else in the chat who knows more about this case might know. I don't think so. Right, Lil Red, that's right. So now the state is talking to the court monitor. The court monitor, I believe, is the one that makes sure that there is an accurate court record. So maybe this has to do with exhibits, specific exhibits, making sure they're correctly marked. Yep, that's right, Harlot. The counselor I had when I used to go to the clinic told us that opiates actually mimic the feeling of human connection in the brain. That made way too much sense. Now, that was kind of what I was trying to explain with Kayla and Adam. You know, that they were using together, and Kayla had this sense of human connection with Adam that she still hasn't let go of. You have to train yourself to understand that connection that you thought you had when you were on drugs isn't real human connection. It's a sick, predatory human connection. You know, when you have a true human connection, you don't beat on each other, or that the man doesn't beat on you.
Apologies, Trooper. Would using maps to discuss these locations that you searched, the toll information, would that assist these jurors in understanding the locations that you're describing?
Okay.
Do you believe that maps would assist?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, Trooper Hernandez, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 145 through 155. If you could just review each of those. Thank you, Trooper. The areas that you just reviewed, are you familiar with those areas?
Yes.
And is that through your capacity as a law enforcement officer with the Mass State Police?
Yes.
And the records that were just admitted through you, you're familiar with those as well?
Yes.
And again, the maps that you just reviewed, those would help the jurors in understanding the locations that we're going to discuss.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to publish what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 145 through 155.
So if you want to use those as demonstrative exhibits, you may do so. They're not marked as full exhibits, but they may
Thank
be
you.
shown.
So Trooper Hernandez, turning to the toll information, please look at the screen behind you. And if you can just confirm, other than the red sticker on the bottom of the exhibits that you just were handed, is that consistent with what's before you?
Yes.
And what is the image in the top right of that picture? What does it capture?
The license plate.
And can you please read the license plate number of that vehicle? And I'll make it large for you.
So it's Arizona registration AJ78147.
And I think you said this, but it's an Arizona registration.
Correct.
What are the dates and times associated with the violations?
The dates are March 4th, 2020. Times are 4 in the morning at 4:44 a.m. 4:44 a.m.
And underneath that same date,
March 4th, 2020. It's at 4:45 a.m. The one underneath that one is March 4th, 2020
at 5:25 a.m.
And what are the exit plazas associated with the toll violations?
Tobin Bridge.
And any specific directions associated with the tolls?
So Tobin Bridge local north, Tobin Bridge local south, Tobin Bridge local north.
So you've testified that the maps would assist jurors in understanding these specific locations. And I'm going to place a map on the screen behind you. If you could look at that for a moment, and that should be consistent with State's Exhibit, what's marked as State's Exhibit 145 for identification. Do you recognize the area depicted in this image?
Yes.
And if you could just describe what the jurors are seeing in this image.
So it's the
Tobin Bridge. That's where would you like for me to point?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just, and you can get up if you need to, if you can point out the Tobin Bridge area.
Tobin Bridge is in this vicinity right here.
And for those unfamiliar, how would you describe the Tobin Bridge area?
Tobin Bridge is it has tolls, easy pass tolls where it documents when a vehicle goes by it. It's a high traveled highway bridge that leads into like the Boston area, into Chelsea.
And you said it leads into the Boston area and Chelsea?
Correct.
Would you say that the Tobin Bridge area is suspended over water, ground, both?
Over water.
Do you know how long it is?
Not sure.
So let's look at the area associated with the tolls. And the zoomed in area. Can you describe what's depicted in this image?
That's where the Easy Pass readers are located.
This vicinity right here.
And that image is associated with which toll area?
Tobin Bridge.
All right. And how about this image?
That is also part of the Tobin Bridge as well.
Okay. And if you don't mind just pointing to the area that you just pointed to, is that a specific toll?
Correct.
And this one?
Same with this. This is a toll as well. Tobin Bridge area.
So, Trooper, I'd like to discuss specific searches that your unit conducted related to this case, the search for the body of Harmony Montgomery. Can you just discuss the Massachusetts Special Emergency Response Team, or CERT?
You want me to, could you just repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Can you just discuss the CERT team, the CERT team for Massachusetts?
So
Massachusetts.
So the CERT team, which is the Special Emergency Response Team, they specialize in conducting searches for all sorts of reasons. They assisted in this. They were a major part in this. They normally go out with, they went out with us this time, and they were the ones that were tracking down locations where we were searching, essentially.
Specifically with the CERT team, do they search a particular area, water, land, air, all?
All.
So they have access to airplanes, helicopters.
Yes, some of the units that the CERT team uses are K9. They use Massachusetts Dive Team as well, the Mass State Police Air Wing Unit.
And can you please describe for the jurors just the searches that were conducted by the CERT team, again, looking for the body of Harmony Montgomery?
Would you like the locations?
And I'll actually put them up on the screen behind you. So if you can discuss, beginning with Route 101 near the Tobin Bridge, and that search location.
So the 107, Route 107, that was done, that was conducted from the area of Revere to the Saugus line. Both Revere is a city and town, and the Saugus as well. So that vicinity of 107 was conducted by the CERT team.
And can you just point that area out on the map behind you, please?
So this was
How about Broad Sound Tuna Club area?
That was conducted also by the CERT team, which is this vicinity right here. Dive team also assisted.
The dive team also assisted. How about K9s? Were they present for that?
Not sure if K9 was present that day.
Are you familiar with the search of the Sales Creek area?
Yes,
To the search for the body of Harmony Montgomery?
correct.
And can you point that out on the map as well? Bridge Pizzeria area? Are you familiar with the search conducted by the CERT team, again, related to this case?
Yes, that was done in Revere, city of Revere.
And you said specifically in Revere?
Correct.
How about the marsh on the, well, there it is on the map.
Mhm.
Are you familiar with this search?
Yes.
And can you just describe it to the jurors, please?
So the march area that was searched was this vicinity right here, along with also this vicinity here, the large area.
And what went into that search?
It was split up in multiple days, in 2 days. With that, it was a lot of law enforcement personnel from Manchester PD, also detectives from other counties, because it went into the Essex County, which is Saugus. The CERT team as well, along with K9.
And so in your role, your involvement in this case, how do you set up a search like this?
So it's pretty much wherever the PD is interested in searching. At this point, it was Manchester PD had locations of interest. Based off of that, I relayed that information over to the commander for the CERT team, which is Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara. He's the one that got the additional units to kind of assist with it.
And I think you said this already, but there were multiple agencies present for these searches. Is that right?
Correct.
State and federal.
Correct.
The searches that you participated in, how long did those last typically?
So the marsh area was a very big area. The Rumney Marsh Reservation, it lasted about 8 hours each day, and it was done within 2 days.
Each day it was about 8 hours.
Yes.
How many individuals participated roughly?
roughly easily over 30 law enforcement.
Detective Hernandez, I want to turn your attention to a specific search in this case. That's the area of Rumney Marsh in Revere. Are you familiar with the search of that location?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors about the search of that specific location?
Yeah, Rumney Marsh is wetland. There's a lot of grass, tall grass there. And that was done, like I said, that was done on 2 days. We split them up in 2 days. One of the days was on September 18th, 2022. My apologies. And the following search was conducted in April 7th, 2023.
Okay, so 2 specific days, September 18th, 22, and April 7th of 23. And can you point the specific locations out for each of the searches on the map?
Yes. So one of the areas was this vicinity right here, close to Copeland Circle and Revere. Another one was right in this vicinity right here, which would be right behind the Northgate Plaza in Revere as well. And this area right here was conducted as well, which that was, goes into the town of Saugus.
And Trooper Hernandez, can you just describe the towns that are bordering that area, that are surrounding the areas of those searches?
The areas, so it's the city of Revere, was one of the areas where I conducted the searches, and also the town of Saugus.
You mentioned the Tobin letting out or leading to Chelsea.
Yes.
How far is Chelsea from the Revere area?
Chelsea is about 10 minutes away from Revere. 10, 15 minutes away from Revere.
During any of these searches, was the body of Adam Montgomery located?
No.
Thank you, Trooper Hernandez. No additional questions for you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. I have no questions, Trooper.
Go on, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this witness be excused.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Okay.
You can approach on the next witness, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Counsel is asking to approach on the next witness. That witness was a very, very low talker, but he was testifying to search locations on the map. Yes, I do know there is that sentencing at 11. I'm planning to possibly cover that afterwards, after it happens. If there is a break going on with this trial when that is happening, maybe I'll go to that. But since I have been covering this continuously live, I feel like I have a duty to stick to this. And I also don't know if that one's being covered live, but I'll look into it. Interesting that they all have to approach for the next witness. I don't know.
Gentlemen, it looks like we're going to have to take a short recess. We will bring you in as soon as we can. Don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up any locations on the maps. And as I say, we will bring you back as soon as we can. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Let's see if they are going to be bringing arguments in front of the cameras. It may be about that surprise witness. It may be.
All right, counsel, approach for just.
Oh, it looks like what they're doing is they are calling a.
Your Honor, I would like to sidebar here. Is this, Your Honor, sidebar?
There's no jury here.
Okay, well, that's
So
me.
you do a sidebar to keep a jury from hearing things, but there's no jury here. So
Okay, then
if you have an objection, make an objection.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Yes. Okay, perfect. Perfect.
I have an objection.
Shut up.
I have a right to object, I believe, Your Honor.
You have the right to get held in contempt of court. And that's what's going to happen if you don't shut up.
Shut up. All right. So it looks like they're having, a sidebar. And so I'm guessing that they are talking about this surprise witness. But here's what I was looking for as that last witness was testifying. I was looking for the footage of Kelsey being assaulted by Adam at the Walmart. I couldn't find it, but as I was looking, I did find that he is a suspect, or at least was a suspect, in a different murder in 2008. Did y'all know about this? I'm wondering if y'all knew about this. He was at least a suspect in a murder of a young man named Darlin Guzman. Yeah. Some people knew this already. I figured some people already knew this. This is an article from 2022. And I'll read it to you as we're waiting. Yeah. And I don't think that... let me read you some of the details as we're waiting for them to come back. I'm not going to show the article on the screen because, just in case they come back. One moment. That isn't it. One moment. So what I'm going to be reading is a different article, though. It's a Daily Mail article. All right. So Adam Montgomery, 31, is being investigated for 2008 killing of Darlin Guzman in Lynn, Massachusetts. Let's see. Guzman, a dad of 3, computer repairman, was fatally shot outside a convenience store after an argument in February 2008. Adam was 18 at the time and free on bail stemming from a prior arrest. Despite his extensive rap sheet in 2018, Adam was given custody of Harmony. And then those were like the opening bullet points. A dad arrested last month over the disappearance of his young daughter, who was last seen alive in 2019, is also suspected of a brutal 2008 murder. Adam Montgomery, 31, is considered a suspect in the February 2008 killing of Darlin Guzman, a 28-year-old computer repairman. It was reported Thursday. Guzman was shot and killed in the parking lot of a convenience store in Lynn, Massachusetts. Guzman was heard arguing with a man moments before he was killed, Boston 25 reported. No one has ever been charged over his murder, and no motive has been given, although the dead man's relatives said he'd planned to meet with Montgomery for an unknown reason. One of Guzman's sisters on Thursday reacted to the news, calling Montgomery a monster and stressing that the focus at this time should be on finding his missing daughter, the Daily Mail can reveal. Montgomery was arrested last month on multiple counts related to daughter Harmony's disappearance 2 years ago when she was 5, including assault and child endangerment. He pleaded not guilty and has been jailed in New Hampshire without bail. Montgomery has refused to talk to the police about the whereabouts of his daughter, who was in his legal custody when she vanished. And let me grab this picture of Mr. Guzman, a handsome young man. On February 10th, 2008, Guzman, a father of three, originally from the Dominican Republic, was fatally shot in the parking lot of a convenience store in Austin Square. Imad Abedeldin, Imad Abedeldin, the owner of the store, Austin Square White Hen Pantry, told the Daily Item at the time that he heard Guzman arguing with another man before gunshots rang out. Guzman was shot in the chest and later died at the hospital. Police at the time described the gunman as light-skinned man in his 20s, standing at about 6 feet tall, wearing a red hooded sweatshirt. He was last seen driving a red Honda Accord toward Saugus. They just talked about Saugus in that testimony just now. Looks like they might be coming back. Yeah, now teardrop tattoos indicate that you've killed someone, right? I mean, maybe not always, but that isn't that some sort of signal that you've killed someone? It looks like there's polite, friendly banter in the courtroom right now. So they've had their conversation. They had some polite, friendly banter, and now they're taking a break. Oh my goodness. Hello, Jen Lu. The original meaning is quite different, also quite fitting for these circumstances. Original meaning of what? I'm not sure, but I'm sure you're talking. I'm sure it makes total sense. Hello, Cinnamon Hot Hot. I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Okay. Oh, the original meaning of the teardrop. Yes, that's right. That's right. I'm remembering now that I just asked a question and people are helpfully trying to answer the question I just put out. And I'm like, what question? What do you mean? I just asked a question and you're trying to answer it. Yeah. Sorry. That was the original, but I'm sure meanings of things change all the time, don't they? When they are informal meanings of things. So, all right, while we're waiting for this, I'm going to continue to the end of this article I was just reading. And I just pulled up also a news report. I was trying to find the footage of Kelsey Small being it might be here. Let me see. Because apparently there's footage of Kelsey Small something happening to Kelsey Small in the Walmart that they didn't show before. But I'm not finding it. So a continuation of, yes, I am Teacup Kraken. Do you know where it is? Pickle says, I was always understood that teardrops under one eye represent murder and the other eye represents the kiss of a loved one to murder. Okay. He wants to look cool for red rum on a beautiful little baby girl. Yeah. Well, it may be that he earned it by another killing. And I was just reading about that other one. And I'm going to continue reading that. Boston 25 reported, citing the police source, that Montgomery and two members of his family who have not been named have been considered persons of interest in the murder investigation for more than a decade. Here is I'm going to upload a picture of the kid that he might be suspected of murdering. Right here. This is the kid right here. Although Adam was older than this guy at the time. I'm sorry, Adam was younger than this guy at the time. It says Montgomery was 18 years old at the time of the killing. He was facing several unrelated criminal charges and was free on bail when Guzman was murdered. According to the authorities, Montgomery and his relatives had been in contact with Guzman and agreed to meet in the parking lot of the convenience store prior to the shooting. As of Thursday, Montgomery has not been charged in connection with Guzman's murder, which remains unsolved. Annie Guzman, one of Darlin's sisters, told Daily Mail she feels that after nearly 14 years of unanswered questions, the time has come to get justice for her brother. Our family is in shock and processing the news as best we can, she said of the latest development in the case. At this time, we are praying for the child involved, which is what caused the arrest. Although Montgomery is the person of interest in my brother's case, this monster's child is missing, and that is something that the news should be really focusing on, finding her. My brother is gone, and we know this, but the whereabouts of the child still remain unknown, and still are. This was 2 years ago. And that should be the priority. Meanwhile, the search for Harmony Montgomery continues. On Tuesday, New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu slammed a Massachusetts judge for placing Harmony with her father and stepmother in 2018 before the state could complete a study of their home. Sununu, in a letter to the Chief Justice of Massachusetts highest court, described Adam Montgomery as a monstrous drug dealer. The 31-year-old's criminal record goes back to at least 2007. In Massachusetts, he was previously convicted of shooting someone in the head and a separate armed attack on 2 women, Sununu wrote. Oh my God. Sununu asked why the Massachusetts courts went ahead and placed Harmony with him. The governor said that at the time the court ruled, New Hampshire's Child Protection Agency had asked Massachusetts for additional information to complete the home study and would have likely found the father unfit. It is unclear why the Massachusetts courts moved so quickly with this permanent placement prior to the completion of the home study. Why would the Massachusetts court choose to place the custody of Harmony with this horrible individual? What caused such a fateful decision? Sununu demanded. Sununu is requesting the court review the decision and all events leading to the judge's ruling. No child should ever leave Massachusetts in the custody of a dangerous criminal like Adam Montgomery, Sununu wrote. We must ensure that moving forward, at-risk children of our states are protected and adequately monitored. Well, they did change a law. As a result of this, they did make a law as a result of this in New Hampshire about this after this. So it sounds like they were pretty angry about all of this. angry enough to change the law. And I'm going to go to the WMUR website right now to see if they have any updates from the courtroom, because they've been pretty helpful in talking about what's going on inside the courtroom. See if they have anything helpful that talks about, that gives any specific updates. And I'm showing it here. Okay. $10 a.m. The suspect currently on trial is a no-show again today. Crystal Sorey, Harmony's mother, is here. She is seated next to Harmony's foster dad. Harmony's foster mom is still sequestered, so she is outside the courtroom. Wow, the foster mom has probably been there every day, outside, waiting every day. Wow. Tension seems to be increasing between the state and the defense. Motions filed over the holiday weekend ask the court to exclude Kayla Montgomery's testimony. We were talking about this earlier. Kayla Montgomery's testimony from consideration from the jury. The motion is titled State's Effort to Influence Kayla Montgomery's Trial Testimony. Interesting. The state's objection calls the defense motion fantastically mistitled. So the motion is titled State's Effort to Influence Kayla Montgomery's Trial Testimony, and the state's objection calls the defense motion fantastically mistitled. How do you share the video? You can send me an email, teacup, to disorderinthecourt2 at gmail.com. So basically the defense is saying that the state basically told Kayla what to say, and she said it, and that it sounds like they are really, really, really desperate, pulling out every last move to make it appear that Kayla was too influenced, so influenced that she lied. Basically, they're trying to make it look like Kayla lied. Hey, look, you guys, Kayla is a lying liar that lied for the state. That's what they're making it sound like. And they're pulling out all the last defenses, and the state is calling it a fantastically mistitled. And I looked at the docket, and I don't have access to these filings. News 9 has learned Adam Montgomery's father died over the weekend. A close relative told News 9 he overdosed. He was living in Florida and had 4 children. The youngest are 3-year-old twins. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Adam's father overdosed. He had 3-year-old twins. Holy shit. News 9 has learned Adam Montgomery's father died over the weekend. A close relative told News 9 he overdosed. He was living in Florida and had 4 children. The youngest are 3-year-old twins. That is a family just rife with tragedy. Just pain, pain, pain all the way around. Jesus. Well, if he wasn't going to be in court before, we know he's not going to be in court now. I mean, you know, on a day like this, you couldn't blame him before. He's just a bitch. Now, you know, you sort of can understand under the grief, right? But my God. Too much. Just too much. Yep, all those children affected. My God. That really, this is going to be an event. This is going to be an eventful week. It does. It sounds like Frank from Shameless. It does. I'm not sure how old he was. I don't think no, he was not on the defense list. There were only 2 people on the defense list. The a prison inmate and Michelle Rafferty, who is the foster mother. Bub's babe. I'm not sure what you're asking if you heard right. That's intense, man. That is just intense. Whew. Wow. All right, they're starting to show the court again. No sound. They have the camera on Crystal. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You did hear me correctly, Bubs babe, about the father. Now I'm just reporting what they're saying in the reports. So if they are correct, I mean, that's intense. That's intense. You know, when you think about it from just a perspective of looking at it, you know, as you're writing out the narrative of this playing out, Adam Montgomery's father died of an overdose during the trial. And I didn't know about those other criminal offenses of Adam's, that what he had been convicted of before he was awarded custody of his daughter, his child. When this story first broke, news reported father and uncle threw themselves off Mystic River Bridge but lived. Is that true? Did it really happen? Or was it just or was it a ruse? Were they trolling? I mean, they kind of sound like a dramatic family. You know what I mean? Okay, there's some hustle and bustle going on now. Look, okay. With how tall he is and how short he is, it looks like a remake of Twins, right? In court. No, they don't seem like a nice family at all. Johnny, from what I was reading, and from the new law that they enacted after all of this, it was an interstate issue. Unfortunately, it's that, yes, you do hear cuckooing. It's a mourning dove, I believe. It's an interstate. It was basically that because he was adopting her, or because he was taking custody in New Hampshire and his charges were in Massachusetts, that was the issue. Which is, I want to use a very unkind word, so I'm not going to.
Everybody ready?
Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It's so horrible. It caused this child's life and probably other children.
All rise for the jurors, please.
So will we learn of this new witness now because of this break they just had? Exactly, Bogart. Exactly. They were in, what was it, Oklahoma before, and then she moved
Please be seated.
the
State
child
and
to
call the next
Michigan.
witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Ms. Rebecca Maines to the stand, please.
Rebecca Maines. And this looks to be like someone who's incarcerated because they're taking her from the side door.
Good morning, Ms. Maines. If you would go right over to where the bailiff is, please, and watch your step on the cords.
Be careful of the cords, please.
And Ms. Maines, if you would remain standing and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. There's water there if you would like it at any point in time, okay? Ms. Maines, because we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name and your last name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Rebecca, Rebecca, and my last name is Maines, Maines.
And Ms. Maines, You reside in New Hampshire,
I
correct?
do.
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
49 years.
49 years. Currently, it's my understanding that you're staying at the New Hampshire State Prison for Women. Is that correct?
I am back on a parole violation, yes.
Okay. And what is your anticipated release date?
April 15th.
And just to get this out of the way, with regards to previous convictions that you've had, it's my understanding you've had convictions for a series of theft by unauthorized takings and one count of credit card fraud, all between 2016 and 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct.
During that time period between 2016 and 2019, what were you battling with?
I'm a heroin addict.
And how long have you been in recovery?
10 months today.
Congratulations on
Thank
that.
you.
With regards to your work history prior to using heroin, what sort of jobs did you hold?
I was in the medical field.
And what did you do in the medical field?
I was a nurse.
Do you know a person by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I do.
Where did you first meet Adam Montgomery?
I met him in Manchester in 2022. We were both part of the sober community.
Sober community?
Correct.
Approach the witness, please. I'm going to show you what's in Mark State's Exhibit 101. I see that you're nodding your head. Do you
It's
recognize
Adam.
this person?
It's Adam.
That's Adam Montgomery.
It is.
And that did you meet him back in 2021?
21. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
How would you describe your relationship? How much did you spend time together?
Every day.
Every day.
I would have called him my best friend.
Did you have a car at that time?
I did.
And what kind of car was it?
It was a 2017 Ford Fusion.
And do you know whether the defendant had a car at that time?
He did not.
You said that you were best friends. Would you ever travel together?
We did.
Okay. And what town did you grow up in?
Portsmouth.
Did you ever take him to Portsmouth?
No, Hampton
Hampton.
was the furthest.
Okay. And what town did he grow up in?
I want to say Lynn, Massachusetts. I know it's down. It's Revere. I believe it's Revere. I know it's down in that area.
Did you ever talk with him about his children? How many children he has?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did he ever tell you about how many children he had?
Well, I'm pretty sure I told you guys 5, but thinking about it, I know he had 4.
You know he had 4?
Correct.
And when you say you guys, are you referring to investigators?
When I spoke with the state, yes.
Okay.
With you and.
I'm about to say, this is not the first time you and I've met, is it?
No, it is not.
Okay. And where did we meet?
At the New Hampshire State Prison for Women.
And what did we talk about that day?
We talked about my statement.
Okay. And do you remember what you were told to do when you were testifying?
Yes.
Okay. What were the 3 rules of testifying that we talked about?
Speak loud,
Mhm.
tell the truth. And I don't remember.
Okay.
Stare at you guys.
Let's say, does it sound like one of the other things was to make sure you use your own words in whatever your
Oh,
testimony
absolutely,
is?
yes. Sorry.
All right. It's all right. At the time in 2021, did you ever talk with Adam Montgomery about a daughter named Harmony?
I did.
Okay. Where did he say she was living in 2021 when you talked with him?
He told me that he dropped her off to her mother in 2019 at a rest area.
What did he say about how often he was seeing her back in 2021?
He said her mother would not allow him to see her and that he had been trying for some time.
What, if anything, did he say to you about her having any sort of toilet problems or bathroom issues before she went to live with her mother?
He said she was constantly wetting her pants or using the bathroom. He put her in the corner in her soiled pants. but that she would repeat it when she'd get in the car. She'd have an accident, but he said it was on purpose.
On purpose.
Yes,
That's what he said.
correct.
What did he say about why he decided to send Harmony back to her mother?
Because she continually shit her pants. Sorry.
That's okay. Are those his words?
Yes.
Okay. Then those are his words. Remember, one of the things is to make sure that you always tell the truth, correct? You just took an oath a moment ago to tell the truth.
Absolutely.
With regards, again, to his words, did he ever tell you about a physical incident between himself and Harmony?
He did.
What did he say in his words that you recall?
So he told me that he was in the bathroom, or the kids were in the bathroom. I don't remember the circuit, but he was in the bathroom and he had walked out to find Harmony with her hands over the baby's mouth and nose, and that the baby was not breathing and turning blue. And he said he saw red and he just backhanded her.
So he told you that he backhanded her.
Correct.
And when she was holding her hand over, you said the baby's mouth, did he tell you which baby, which of his other children?
You know what he did, but I don't remember. I want to say Declan, but I'm not 100% positive.
Don't want you to guess. So if you remember, you remember. And if you don't, you don't. That's okay. Do you remember the name of the child that he was talking about, the baby?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Declan.
Okay. And did he say where he was living when he hit Harmony in the mouth after seeing her cover this child's mouth?
Probably. I don't recall.
Don't recall. Okay. Did you say when it was? Specifically, when in the year? Spring, summer,
No,
fall,
it was right
winter?
before he returned Harmony to her mother.
Right before? Did he, let me ask you, did you ever give him a ride to Maine?
I did not give him a ride.
Okay, so you did not give him a ride to Maine.
No.
All right. Do you know what state he was living in at the end of 2021?
Yes, he was in Maine.
Do you know who he was living with?
He was living with Kelsey.
Did you ever meet Kelsey?
She again is one of my really good friends.
And what was Kelsey's last name?
Small.
Finally, with regards to what the defendant stated to you about Harmony, what, if anything, did he ever say, or I'm sorry, who, if anyone, did he ever say Harmony reminded him of?
Her mother.
Her mother?
Her mother.
And did he tell you how that made him feel? God bless you.
He said he hated her. Right to his core.
Did you hear that? He said he hated her. Harmony reminded him of Harmony's mother, and he hated her. And he had such anger in his heart. That's right. Shanda said her son was being autistic on purpose, that he was acting that way on purpose. Abusers will often say, oh, that person is acting mentally ill on purpose. That person is crying just for sympathy. That person is pretending they are sick for sympathy. Yes, we believe that Harmony was trying to keep the babies quiet so they wouldn't be abused. Yep. I'm not sure what the silver community is. Maybe people who collect silver. I'm not sure. I'm totally guessing. Completely and totally guessing. And I'm guessing that the, defense is objecting
Ms.
on
Means, you
hearsay.
stated a moment ago that the defendant indicated or said to you that he hated Harmony's mother. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, who did he hate?
Harmony.
He hated Harmony.
Oh, he hated Harmony. Even worse. Even worse. How can you hate a child? Seriously. I remembered that there was testimony. I remembered there was. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to listen.
So, your testimony is Adam Montgomery told you that he hated his daughter. Did he say why?
She reminded him of her mother.
So not that. So your testimony isn't that he hated her mother; it's that he hated Harmony.
Correct.
Because she reminded him of
Her mother.
his mother.
That's right, Johnny.
And at that point, I have no further questions for Ms. Means. I thank you very much for your time. I'll leave defense counsel back with you.
Sounds like they do have questions for this witness. How are they going to attack this? Timing? If you try to victim blame, I will throat punch you. Just kidding.
Good morning, Ms. Maines.
Good morning.
I believe we met briefly just a few minutes ago, but again, I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also going to be asking you some questions.
Okay.
And I want to begin by asking you about your criminal record, specifically your convictions between 2014 and 2019.
Okay.
You have 11 separate felony convictions.
Probably. I was a drug addict.
And along with that 11, you have 7 separate misdemeanor convictions, right, for
Probably.
credit card fraud.
Probably.
Specifically, just to dive into the details a bit, 2014 theft, Rockingham County, correct?
Correct. I'm going to agree with you on all these charges. I don't know that we need to go through all of them.
2016 theft,
I'm a criminal, sir. Yes.
Rockingham County.
Yeah.
2016 theft by deception, Rockingham County.
If you say so. I am a criminal.
2016 3 separate convictions for felony level theft out of Merrimack County.
If you say so. I don't have the documentation in front of me. I don't need it either. I am a criminal. I don't have a problem telling you that.
2017 theft, Merrimack, right?
Yeah.
2018 another theft felony level out of Merrimack.
Yep.
2018 a theft out of Merrimack.
I believe it was all the same incident, correct?
Would you like to see the charges?
No.
With different docket numbers?
No. I'm telling you I'm a criminal. I don't know why that would make a difference.
And you also have 2 theft convictions out of Rockingham County in 2019.
Correct.
You indicated on direct examination that you were with Adam for a couple of months,
Yes,
beginning around August of 2019,
correct.
or my apologies, August of 2021.
2021, I'm sorry, yes.
And you and Adam were together essentially every day?
Right up until I moved back to the Seacoast.
You considered him a best friend?
I would have, yes.
He ended up moving to Maine to be with Kelsey Small, correct?
Well, he ended up going there, yes.
You were the one who introduced Adam and Kelsey in the first place?
I was.
I want to talk with you a bit about your current legal situation. You indicated that you are eligible to be released on parole in April,
Correct.
in a couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also fair to say that that is not the extent of your legal troubles, correct?
Correct.
You are presently facing 3 sets of charges out of 3 separate counties, correct?
Actually, it's 4.
There's a 4th?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with Merrimack County.
None of these I've been convicted of, so they're none I would talk about.
These
I think I have the legal right to that.
I'm not going to ask you about the specifics, but I am going to ask you about the fact that you are in fact presently being charged with.
I'm not facing any more time, sir. I'm not doing any more time.
Well, let's talk about that. You're facing a Class B felony offense out of Merrimack County, correct?
I don't know if it's for possession of crack cocaine. I believe it's going to be a misdemeanor.
You have 2 counts of possession
I
out
do.
of Merrimack County, correct?
Do I? No, I don't believe so.
Are you familiar with a document called a case summary?
Yes.
Would looking at that case summary assist you in knowing what you're charged with?
Yeah, I actually.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm now handing what is a case summary for your current pending Merrimack County Superior Court case.
Okay.
Having reviewed that, does that help refresh your recollection?
No, I was only aware of one.
But you are in fact facing two.
Apparently you say so, yes.
And those are two, I'll be happy to take that back with you. Unless you need to look at it.
No, I don't need it. I don't have a problem telling you that.
So in Merrimack County
Okay.
alone, you are still presently facing two charges carrying a maximum penalty of 3.5 to 7 years in prison.
Yes.
And there is a second court, correct?
Yes.
And that's Rockingham County Superior Court.
Yes.
And out of Rockingham County Superior Court, you're facing an A felony offense.
I am.
That carries a maximum penalty itself of 7.5 to 15 years.
Yes.
You also have a charge right here out of this very court, correct?
Mhm. I do.
Itself a Class B felony.
Hmm.
Itself punishable by up to 3.5 to 7 years.
It is.
And you indicated that there's a fourth?
I'm correct. Out of Bedford, I have possession of crack cocaine.
When did that charge come about?
I was arrested on August 12th of 2022.
That would also be a felony level offense?
It is a misdemeanor.
Okay.
Acts prohibited, I believe, or no.
And even though you're scheduled for release in April on the sentence you're presently serving, those charges are all still pending.
They are still pending, yes.
And there is an additional problem as well, right? In each of those three cases, you failed to appear for court.
I did. And that's not a problem at all. I was in treatment, sir.
You were on the lam,
I was in treatment, sir.
absconded from your parole.
I was in, I was in treatment, sir.
Yet your parole did not know you were in treatment and a warrant was issued.
I believe I've answered that question. And they did know where I was. But thank you.
And you would agree that failing to appear for court is itself also potentially a crime.
It is a crime, yes.
Bail jumping.
I was not charged with bail jumping, sir.
You haven't been charged with bail jumping yet since being arrested.
I was in treatment, sir, and I'm pretty sure that I verified that through the courts, and each of them know.
I want to change topics.
My criminal
bit.
record. Ooh.
Adam fought for 4 years to get Harmony.
Adam fought for 4 years? I mean, if you say so.
You don't recall telling the police that?
I didn't tell the police he fought for 4 years.
Let's talk about, you indicated something about standing in a corner.
I did.
She would stand in a corner and poop. Is that something that you said?
I said that she used the bathroom in her pants and he put her in the corner.
Okay. So we're not talking about the car.
No, I'm not. I didn't say anything about the car.
Okay. So this is something that would occur when they were living in a home or an apartment or something.
Correct.
So, Ms. Maines, on direct examination, it was elicited that you have met with the state before, correct?
I did, yes.
And one of those times that you met with the state was when you were in prison.
Yes,
And that was January 4th of 2023.
probably.
But it was another time that you were incarcerated. You since got out
Yes,
during some point of 2023, and now you're back.
correct.
Okay. You recall being interviewed by a Detective Dunleavy,
I was, yes.
and you were wanting to get out of your situation, correct?
No.
You were in prison.
So
You
I
wanted to
was out
stay
there
in
on
prison?
parole. Nothing you can do can help me with parole, sir.
Do you recall telling Detective Dunleavy that you wanted to have a recorded telephone conversation with Mr. Montgomery?
No, that I wanted to have a recorded conversation? Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. You never told Detective Dunleavy that.
No. I actually told him I wanted to see him in person.
Well, you did say that too. You wanted to go and visit Adam at Valley Street Jail, right?
I have been in contact with him while he has been incarcerated, sir.
At the time, Adam was at Valley Street Jail when you were at the Women's State Prison in January of 2023.
Correct.
And you told Detective Dunleavy, I would like to go and visit him at Valley Street.
I did. Adam was a really good friend of mine.
But you also told him that you couldn't do it by yourself, right?
I will never see Adam again because I'm a criminal, sir, which means
You
I
told-
can't get into the jails or the prisons.
You told Detective Dunleavy that you would like to go and visit Adam at the prison, but you needed their help to do so, right?
No. I needed their help? Absolutely not.
Being incarcerated, you would agree that you would not be able to get to Valley Street on your own, right?
Correct.
You would have to be released with the assistance of the police.
No, absolutely. I was on parole, sir. You don't get to be released just because the police said so.
You told the police that you had nothing to lose?
What? I want to see that because I'd never said that.
While we're on the topic, at the very end of the conversation with Detective Dunleavy asked, is there any, do you have anything else for us? And your response was, I can tell you all about drugs, right?
No, absolutely not.
No doubt in your mind?
I was there for one reason, sir.
Fair to say that you wanted
Actually,
to
I was there
improve
for
your
two
legal
reasons.
situation.
The second reason was a personal reason, but we never spoke. The drug issue was on a personal reason, but it had nothing to do with Adam, and it had nothing to do with, it had to do with a sexual assault.
It had nothing to
Sorry.
do with Adam, but it still had something to do with possibly improving your legal situation.
It did not. Nothing will improve my legal situation but myself.
You go, girl. You go. Oh man. Keep your cool. Keep your
I have
cool.
nothing further at this time.
Yeah, let's see this redirect.
With regards to your testimony here today,
Mhm.
do you have any promises with the state about what's going to happen to your other charges based upon how you testified today?
Not at all.
Have you ever asked for any promises from the state in exchange for your testimony here today?
I have not.
You stated a moment ago on cross-examination that you said, I'm never going to be able to see him again. Can you please explain to the jury why, as somebody who's on parole or as a convicted felon, you're not going to be able to speak with him again? With somebody like him.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I could never go to Valley Street because I've been to Valley Street. I did some time there, and you are not allowed to go to a jail that you have been to. Secondly, the prison. You have to be 10 years with no arrests, no convictions, 10 years when you've been outside the prison. And at this time, I definitely can't say that I've done that.
Let me ask you also, you were asked about meeting with the state, and then you were asked about a meeting in January 4th of 2023. On your meeting recently with the state, on that meeting, did you meet with myself and Attorney Knowles?
I did.
Okay. And was that recent, just before this trial began?
It was, I think, 2, maybe 3 Fridays ago.
Maybe 3 Fridays ago. So we put it in January of 2024. Is that right?
That is right.
And yet you were also asked about meeting with Detective Dunleavy. What year did that meeting take place?
Well, that was in 2022. And actually, I didn't even know he was coming. I was scheduled to meet with Manchester PD's sexual assault.
So that is a different matter, a different
Correct.
time, and a different meeting.
Correct.
So when counsel a moment ago said that you met with the state prior to trial, these are two different meetings with two different groups of people in two different agencies, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Finally, with regards to the criminal record that defense counsel went through, was the defendant aware of your criminal record?
Absolutely.
And you were still friends with him, right?
I was still friends with him. I actually have not been charged with any new charges in quite some time for myself. I've been clean and sober and working on myself, which is what I plan to do when I get out. The same exact thing.
Go girl.
Understandable. With regards to also when you were asked about the defendant talking about this pooping incident, that Harmony would do this on purpose.
Mhm.
I just want to clarify with regards to the timing. You were asked a moment ago whether that happened while Adam was in a car. Did
We
the
were on our
defendant?
way back from Medway, Massachusetts.
So that's what you meant by in the car,
Correct.
not that the incident occurred in the car.
Correct.
And correct me with regards to your testimony on direct. Didn't you say on direct that it was after these incidents and this backhand incident, that's when he decided to bring her back to her mother?
It was the I was told in the time of Thanksgiving 2019.
Thanksgiving 2019.
Correct.
Okay.
He put her in the car and met her mother,
And who was it that told you that?
Adam Montgomery.
Thank you. No further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Maines.
Thank you.
Conferring as to whether they have any follow-up. You see, this is the kind of person that makes me want to cry. When you have been through addiction and you've come through the other side, you root for this kind of a person. You don't look at them and say, you know, and think cruel things. You root for them. You want them to win. You want to believe them. You know, like and you read good things into them, right? Rather than reading bad into them, you read good into them. Yes, and you see that it's a daily struggle, and you see them wanting to do the right thing. And when they do take accountability and you see them say, yes, I am a criminal. And when those crime charges are related to drugs and not, you know, physically harming another person, like with Adam's charges, that tells you a lot, right? She sat there and said, I am a criminal and I own up to that. Now I'm clean. I'm sober. I'm doing the right thing. And you know, as somebody who has not as a criminal on drug charges, but has been through that place where you cleaned up and got to the other side and want to do better every single day, I have immense empathy and sympathy for her. And I believe her because I know how it feels to be looked at as somebody who they want to discredit and is saying, no, look, I have credibility. Believe me. You know, and the only way you can show your credibility is just being credible. And that's what she's doing. She is being credible. And that's all you can do. And that's what she's doing. She's being as credible as she can possibly be given her circumstances, right? And, you know, that is also what Anthony Badero did. The drug dealer who was given immunity. And you saw the rage come out when they tried to discredit him. And he was like, I'm just trying to help the prosecution get justice for this little girl, find this little girl. And that's what I hear coming from this woman is, she heard a man talk about a 5-year-old girl as if it's her fault that she's like her mother. Right? And you're right, Bogart. She was more credible than the defense attorney because she had to keep correcting him. She had to keep correcting him on, the facts. So he's trying to break down her credibility and he keeps getting things wrong. So it backfires, it boomerangs back onto him. And even in the quote unquote criminal world, there are boundaries, there are lines that you cross. And my understanding is that one of those is abusing children. And Adam is a definite child abuser. So I think this was a very, very good witness for the state. She came in and basically, among the first few witnesses were people who came in and said, Adam told me that he hit Harmony because she had an accident or she had accidents. He told me he felt bad about it. Other witnesses testified to seeing the evidence that he hit Harmony and testified that he lied about it. So they not only have evidence that he admitted to it, they have evidence that they saw the effects of it and that he lied about it. So he is willing to be deceptive about it. Now they have even more evidence of not only that he did it, that he admitted it, and that he had a motive for it. And the motive, or among the motives, was that he hated her because she reminded him of her mother. And, we don't know what's behind that, what the, issue is between Adam and Crystal. But as we know, relationships between parents can be dicey. Romantic relationships can be dicey. But when parents take their feelings out on the other parent, on the child, it is the worst. And yeah, they're definitely scrambling. Look how long they're taking. They're trying to, they're doing something right now. They're trying to get something thrown out. They're trying to figure out whether to be able to ask additional questions, trying to figure out whether to be able to keep this witness, excuse this witness, and Pickle why fight for custody? Because it's a freaking check. It's money, which is a very broken part of the system. More children, more money for people who are willing to do that. It is. It's absolutely sickening. It's vomitous that children equal money. They equal tax refunds. They equal welfare checks. They equal food stamps. They did get, well, apparently there was more money allocated onto their EBT card. And that was one of the things that Kayla was charged with. I don't know if it actually ever went through, but Kayla was charged with welfare fraud as a result of collecting something like $1,500 in payments over time for Harmony while she was gone. So it's interesting. This witness is still on the stand. The defense is conferring. And, you know, if you think about it, the foster mother is still sequestered. She's been there every day with the potential of being called back onto the stand.
So, Ms. Maines, I do want to clarify. It's your testimony that when you met with Detective Dunleavy January of last year, 2023, you were not trying to offer new ways to try and get information from Adam so as to improve your situation and get out of prison?
I was on a parole violation, sir. I got all of my time suspended. I didn't need your help to get out. All of my time was suspended upon entry into a program.
At the time that you had this this interview with Detective Dunleavy, there was your parole situation, but you were facing the very same 3 charges that you're facing now, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and we don't need to rehash them all again,
Yeah.
but it was the Merrimack
Actually, it was
charge.
4. But
That's right, out of Bedford.
correct.
Okay, so those charges were all still
Sorry,
pending
I
then.
just want to be honest. They are still pending. They were still pending then.
Okay, and again, what you're saying is that Adam told you that he had backhanded Harmony after she had her hand over, you think, Declan's mouth.
He did, yes.
And this was around Thanksgiving.
No, he returned her to her mother around Thanksgiving of 2019.
And that's what prompted her to do so, or him to do so.
It was an incident that we had spoken about coming home from Medway, yes.
And that's what prompted him to send her back to her mother.
Correct. He said that he just wanted to make sure that she had the proper care.
Right.
All right, ma'am, you are excused.
Thank you.
Any objection to her being excused? Without objection. Just please be careful of the
Yes.
wires. State may call its next witness. Yes.
I bet she's glad that's over. Okay, so let's see. Will they bring another witness? More conferring. Let's show Adam's cowardly empty chair. And thank you very much for sending me the link to the Walmart footage. I will play it when there is an official break. Appreciate that very much. They should put, to the chatter who said they should put Adam's picture on the chair. That is a good idea. But I guess they wouldn't consider that part of, standard courtroom decorum. So I thought that I hope she makes it in life too. I'm rooting for her. That's what I used to tell. It was my job to help executives get up in front of really big crowds and feel good. Captain Matthew somebody, Laura, I think they said, but we'll see. So what I would say to these executives where they went up on stage is I would say that crowd, they want you to win. They want you to do good. And they did. The crowd wants you to win. There are just some goobers out there who are mean.
Go ahead and raise your right hands.
But don't tell the
You solemnly
executive
swear
that right before they're going to
testimony
go
you give
out
this
there.
jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. As we are being recorded for the record today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Matthew Lachelle, Larocchelle. First name is Matthew, Matthew.
And Captain Lachelle, as we can probably guess from your title, where are you currently employed?
I currently work for the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working at the Manchester Police Department?
Been with the Manchester PD for approximately 24 years. I was hired in the year 2000.
In the year 2000?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask you to maybe scoot a little bit closer to that microphone if you don't mind, just so we can make sure we can all hear you there. With regards to your time in the Manchester Police Department, are you a full-time certified officer through the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, I am.
And did you graduate from a Police Standards and Training Academy class?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember your academy number?
123rd.
123rd. Could you please go ahead and explain what are some of the different units and duties that you've been assigned while you've been at the Manchester Police Department throughout your career?
Sure. Like with any officer, I got hired in 2000. I spent about 3.5 or 4 years in patrol. I went from patrol to our community policing unit. I worked in CP for a couple of years. And then in 2007, I was assigned to our detective division as an investigator.
So detective in 2007?
Yes.
All right. And from there, I see that you're a captain now. How long did you spend at the detective unit and when did you change ranks?
So I was a detective for about 7 years. In 2013, I got promoted to the rank of sergeant. I went back to the street as a street sergeant. Did about 3 years as a street sergeant in the patrol division. At what point I went to back to our juvenile investigative unit in 2015 as a supervisor, as a sergeant.
In 2015 in the juvenile unit?
Yes, sir.
And could you please just, for the jury's benefit, explain what type of criminal investigations does the juvenile unit conduct?
Sure. So the juvenile unit is part of the investigative division overall. We investigate crimes against children, specifically sexual and physical assaults against children.
So being there as a sergeant in 2015, what was your next change in rank and what unit did you work with?
So I worked in the juvenile unit until 2018. I was actually promoted in 2018 to lieutenant. I stayed in that unit. Again, that unit falls under the investigative division. So at that point, my role increased a little bit in the fact that I incorporated the domestic and sexual violence unit. So under the umbrella of investigative division, there's the juvenile unit and the domestic and sexual violence unit. Both units have their own sergeants. I got promoted to lieutenant and then oversaw both of those units at that time until my most recent promotion in 2022.
So with regards to being the lieutenant over the juvenile unit, and you said also the sexual assault unit at the time, you were there in 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, correct?
Yes, I was.
You said that you were promoted in 2022. What rank did you get promoted to?
In 2022, I was promoted to captain, which is my current role. I oversee our community affairs division at this point.
And what does the community affairs division do?
Community affairs division corporate encompasses community policing and our traffic unit. So essentially neighborhood specific concerns, concerns that the average patrol officer that's out handling calls and going call to call, if they can't focus on a neighborhood issue or a community issue, we can designate one of our 12 officers to go and handle that specific issue.
From the time that you were working in the juvenile unit, were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I was.
what were some of the things that you did as part of that investigation? What were some of your duties there?
Obviously, when that report came into us, it was kind of an all hands on deck type thing. Obviously, full resources of the police department and our partner agencies. My role was just general oversight, guidance. The detectives working on the case had their assignments, and there were several supervisors that oversaw that case, but just generally making sure the detectives doing the work had what they needed, coordination with other entities, other agencies throughout the state, local and state agencies that we worked with.
You talked about local and state agencies you worked with. Could you go ahead and kind of tell us about some of the different agencies that you were a liaison with for this investigation?
Sure. So we worked closely with state police. We worked with New Hampshire Fish and Game. Several searches that we conducted were with Fish and Game. They assisted us. We worked with federal partners. We had the FBI was involved. So we had folks from all kinds of different agencies in and out of our office for months. The U.S. Marshal Service had a designated deputy that was assigned to this investigation, and just kind of the liaison between everybody.
Okay. Did you ever work or liaison yourself with other agencies out of state or outside of federal government?
Yes, I did.
Okay. With regards to also some of the other duties that you've had on this case, was part of that at different times to listen to jail calls that were made?
Yes, it was.
From other individuals. And other times were you asked to listen to other lawfully recorded calls that were made?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And finally, with regards to physical searches, what was your role with regards to any physical searches that were made?
We did physical searches of many different locations throughout the city. We did searches of a wooded area on the west side. We did searches of the riverfront area on the north end of the city. We did searches of Bear Brook State Park, which is, if you're not familiar, just about a half an hour north of here. We did searches out of state that I was familiar with. I wasn't directly involved in those, but several searches throughout the course of a 6-month period.
All right, I'd like to get to each one of those searches, but I want to start with kind of staying at home with regards to in Manchester. At any point during the investigation, did you have any contact with individuals at the Manchester School District about Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
I reached out to the school district just basically in the early days, early on in the investigation, to see what kind of contacts they might have had with Harmony, if she was ever enrolled in school or not.
Okay. And with regards to that, did you discover whether she was ever enrolled in school in the Manchester School District?
I discovered that she was not enrolled.
What about in any of their records for early enrollment programs for younger children?
They had no record of Harmony Montgomery or her date of birth in their system.
You talked about some of the searches that were conducted. I'd like to know what searches for Harmony did you personally participate in?
I mentioned the West Side search. It's an area, a large wooded area, Rock Rimmon area, if you're familiar with that area on the west side of the city, behind Mount Calvary Cemetery. It's probably hundreds of acres. We searched over there after receiving tips that led us to that area. And there was also a search, as I mentioned, on the north end of the city along the Merrimack River.
Okay. You said a search along the Merrimack River.
Yes.
Where would that have been along the river?
It's an area off of North River Road, West River Drive. There's some apartment buildings in particular that led us to that area, and we searched a wooded area along the river, adjacent to the river.
Did you participate in any of the searches of 77 Guilford Street?
Somewhat. I was there. I was not directly overseeing that portion of the investigation, but I am familiar with it.
And what about an area known as Stark Park over near River Road?
Yes, that would be the area I'm speaking of as well. That's the Stark Park area.
That particular search, that Stark Park area, what, if anything, did you coordinate to make sure that search was done?
We had reached out. I had specifically reached out to New England Canine Recovery. That's an organization that has canine teams, handlers with their canine partners that specifically search wooded areas for. They do search and recovery, but they also do. They can do cadaver work as well.
And did you contact them to search those areas?
I did.
Were there any searches that were done in that area, not necessarily on land, but on water?
There were. We searched with the assistance of New Hampshire Fish and Game. We searched the area of the Merrimack River.
Again, if you're familiar with that area, it's the area of the dam, the Eversource Dam, and then it would have been northerly above the dam. We did a full day search of that area.
Searching the dam, were you present for that search?
I was.
Okay.
I
And
was present by shore. I was not physically on the boats with fishing game, but I was in the area.
from shore, were you able to observe how that search of the dam was conducted?
I was.
And how was it conducted?
Fishing Game utilizes several of their officers in boats. They have teams. I can't accurately testify to what those consist of, but there's several people in the boat. For safety reasons, they have an officer that's hooked up to oxygen that they put in the water that they're actually dragged behind the boat while they're physically searching. They also have submersible robots that they can use as well, which they utilize that day.
Were you involved at all with the search over at 644 Union Street?
I was.
Okay. Were you present there for that search?
Yes, I was.
What were some of the other agencies that were present with you when that residence was searched?
Again, that would have been our federal partners. The Federal Bureau of Investigation was there. We had members of the Marshal Service, like I said. There may have been some state police there. I'm not sure, but several entities there. That was an entire day. We pretty much took over the entire block.
Just to clarify, was the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, part of that search as well?
Yes, they were.
I'd like to ask you, with your work in the juvenile unit, have you heard of an organization, sometimes also referred to as NCMEC or NCMEC?
Yes, I have.
And what is that, the NCMEC? What does that stand for? What is this organization?
So NCMEC is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They're a national organization that facilitates and organizes searches they assist law enforcement. We can call them with info. They can call us with info. I was basically the direct liaison between this investigation and that organization. I probably spent time on the phone with them at least once a week during this investigation.
Had you worked with them before for children who were missing or believed to be exploited?
I had.
And what was some of the information that you provided to them as part of your work with them to try to find harmony?
Specific to this case,
yes,
we basically provided them any photos that we had. We asked them to do the same. And at one point when a DNA profile was identified for Harmony, we provided that to them as well.
Did you ever personally reach out to National Center for Missing and Exploited Children about tips that they had generated that needed follow-up?
Yes, I did.
And I want to ask you about some of those tips. Did you ever receive a tip that Harmony was alive in a place called Surprise, Arizona?
Yes, we did.
What did you do to follow up on that tip?
So we got the information anonymously that Harmony was alive and attending a school in Surprise, Arizona. I personally reached out to that police department, tried to make contact with an officer. I think I spent 2 or 3 days working on that. Eventually, we were able to get an SRO, which is a school resource officer. School resource officers are typically assigned by municipalities to focus on schools. So they sent their school resource officer to that school to make contact with the person that we had a photo of and actually made an eyes-on identification.
So even though it's a town nowhere near New Hampshire, it's in Arizona, you still followed up on that lead?
Yes, I did.
Why?
We're working, again, it's an all hands on deck investigation. It's the most important investigation we've ever worked on, and we're dealing with a 7-year-old missing child.
Zoom in.
To show you Twin Mark States Exhibit 101. Do you know this man?
Yes.
Who is it?
It's Adam Montgomery.
Have you seen him in person before?
Yes, I have.
Have you heard him speak before?
Yes, I have.
Have you heard him talk to other people before?
Yes, I have.
Can you recognize his voice in person?
I can.
And can you recognize his voice over the phone?
Yes,
Have you reviewed some lawfully recorded calls of his voice?
I have.
And with regards to those particular calls, I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 156 for identification. and to ask you whether or not you recognize that exhibit. Feel free to open up the envelope.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is a disc containing a phone call made by Adam Montgomery, which I have listened to, and it actually has my signature on it.
Your signature?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, with regards to that particular, it's got your signature on this disc itself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, with regards to that particular call, is that an entire call or is that a portion of a lawfully recorded call that you listened to?
I believe this is a portion of a call that's longer. It's an 8-minute call. I believe this is shorter than that.
Have you heard all of the original recorded call?
Yes, I have.
With regards to what you listened to on that particular CD, is that accurate in terms of that portion of the call that you heard originally is unchanged for part of it that's on that CD?
That is accurate. Yes,
So
sir.
that this is a small piece of the whole.
Correct.
Also, with regards to that call, separate from that, is there any sort of visual component to that call on that disc as you reviewed it? Basically, is there a transcript of what is said in the recording as you listen?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that transcript, the words that are on the page?
Yes, I have.
Is that accurate for that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
Is it accurate for the identifying properly Adam Montgomery's voice?
Yes.
Is it accurate for identifying the generally that he was called another individual and that person's voice?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I'd ask the court to strike exhibit number 156 and be entered as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
Subject to the prior conference at the bench.
All right, the ID is stricken and it's entered as a full exhibit.
Detective Lachelle, with regards to this particular CD, I've preloaded the contents of this onto an area of the drive, and it's my understanding without defense objection, Your Honor, I'm going to play that recording now. What I would like you to do, please, detective, is to be able to listen to the entire recording, and then I may have some questions for you as we go through.
Okay.
Detective, my eyes are failing me with regards to, is there a button on there for view to say full screen?
About halfway down.
One more, this it?
Yeah. I believe so.
Play this one.
You didn't see that you got the money yet? No, not yet. I just wasted this little bit of money. How much is going on? Don't tell me what things put money on there like that, though. No, I just put like $25. All right, yeah, that seems a little crazier than I was going to pay you for, but all right. Yeah, so I'll stay on the phone right now for this fucking, so I just had my lawyer, send me super body me with shit, bro, like, I think like 800 pages in December. I think they're up to like 5,000 pages now, something like that. And, she's like doing like a roller coaster. Like, there are people, the shit you hear people come up with and some of the shit that these people make, one dude, one people, I was like, on the way, Carrie, like, oh my God, it's like a roller coaster. She was like, oh my God. I was just thinking to do this, and then it turned out to be nothing, and then, oh my God, something didn't do this, and then it turned out to be nothing. Like, you got something dude with like, he gave a report to the police and was like,
Pause it right there for a minute. That voice just said, and was on that transcript indicated with Adam saying that they wasted their time. Is that Adam Montgomery's voice?
Yes, it is.
With regards to the search by the river, I believe you just testified a moment ago on direct that there was a search by the river, correct?
Yes, there was.
And you also testified that there were searches involving the FBI. Is that also?
Yes.
I'm sure they have to take everything that's said to them, no matter how outlandish, seriously, and they have to do their due diligence. But it's, you know, I can get that, I can grasp that, right? But dude, my friend who died, who is coolly adamant, you don't even know what your friend's name was. It would be bad, it would be bad. This person that was here, that was, what the fuck? You just, even like, way to just waste taxpayers' money, I guess, dude, let's get, I don't know, bro, I just feel like that's just so, outlandish, bro, there's no other way to describe it, it's like, I guess, yeah, whatever, do your due diligence, I guess, but that's just, it seems something so bizarre to me that you're gonna just think about how much money that you're wasting and the effort to prove something. I get it, you're trying to prove a point, okay, I understand that, so that's really, but at what fucking, at what cost, man, you just gonna chase down people that fucking call in from Arizona and say, oh, I see that child here at this restaurant, and I fly out to the fucking restaurant to get video surveillance. I don't know, it seems like it's going, to an extent that, fancy almost, I don't know, and instead of just considering other options, you just gotta take these fucking jobs that are calling because they want fucking limelight for 2 seconds because somebody might have known me or seen me in passing or written something, oh, I know that kid, let me tell you that this and that, and just, I don't know, man, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that's right. Your daughter fucking matters, asshole.
Lachelle. You heard the defendant say on there that they just wasted their time, with regards to searches. Were those some of the searches that you told us that you were involved in?
Yes.
And when you heard him describe in that call saying that it was just a way to waste taxpayers' money, dude, was that transcript accurate as to his words?
Yes.
When you heard the defendant say, just think about how much money you're wasting in an effort to prove something, is that part of the transcript accurate?
Yes, it is.
And is that what you heard said by Adam Montgomery?
Yes, it is.
And when you heard the defendant say, I get it, you're trying to prove a case, kudos to you, but at what cost, man? You're just going to chase down people from Arizona. Is that part of the transcript accurate?
Yes, it is.
And the tip that you described for us a moment ago that you worked on from Surprise, Arizona, is that the tip that you chased down?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree with what the defendant had said in the call, that your work to find Harmony was a waste of time and money?
We have an objection. Hold on. The objection sustained.
Captain Lachelle, with regards to the transcript that you've just taken us through, is that a fair and accurate account of the defendant's statements as you recognize them to be?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Captain. I have no further questions for you. Defense may.
No questions.
All right, so you may step down.
Thank you.
Wow.
All right, counsel, just approach for just 1 minute.
What an absolute monster. He sounded pissed that the money wasn't being spent on him. He sounded pissed that he wasn't getting better meals so that the money could be wasted looking for his daughter. He sounded pissed because he knew she was dead. That's right. May he fucking rot. May he melt into his jail cell bed. Did you hear the way he was talking to? He was whining. He was whining like a fucking boob. Like a thuggish boob. Wow. It's these types of jailhouse calls that where you can hear the absolute depravity of some human beings. Imagine thinking it is a waste of time for the police to follow up on a tip looking for your child. The call was, I didn't catch the name of the person that the call was with, but it was with a friend of his. The voice on the call was Adam, mostly Adam. And he was expressing his whiny ass frustration at the police following up on a tip that they saw Harmony in Arizona. And the officer on the stand is the officer who followed up on the call and went to Arizona and looked for Harmony. And it's absolutely infuriating. It's wow. It is wow. It is really, really wow. And you hear the real Adam in that call. In court, the very few times that we've seen Adam in court talking, he's been more reserved, more conservative, more, toned down. But that was the thuggish, whiny, career criminal Adam talking like a thug. Thinking that the world owes him. They should be spending money on him, not wasting money, not wasting taxpayers' dollars, when he knows she's dead and he knows where she is.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know there have been a lot of stops and starts today, and part of what I was discussing with the lawyers at the bench is what's most prudent so that we're respectful of your time as we can be. The state has now rested their case. So for tomorrow, there will be a determination as to whether or not the defense wishes to present any evidence. As I've already told you before, the defendant has no obligation to prove his innocence in this case. The burden is on the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So if the defense wishes to, they may present evidence, but they may choose not to. That is their right. Then should they decide that they wish to present evidence, that would happen tomorrow. We would begin there. And then beyond that, it would be time for closing arguments and final instructions. So that's where we are. So I'm going to release you for the day today, for the rest of the day. I'm going to have you come back tomorrow morning at 9:45. Okay, so we'll have a 10 a.m. start. I'll ask you to come back tomorrow at 9:45 a.m., a little bit later. I really want to try to see if we can make sure that we've done all the business that needs to be done and that we're ready for you at 10 a.m. Once again, I cannot stress strongly enough, you are not to read anything about this case, not watch any news about the case, don't read anything in the papers or on social media, anywhere else on the internet. You're not to discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by any of the locations. As has been the case throughout this trial, the lawyers have been instructed they're not to communicate with you. So please, once again, don't hold it against them if they pass you in the hallway without acknowledging your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9:45. All rise for the jurors, please.
Let's see if there's any conversation afterward. I kind of doubt it. They tend not to have any interesting conversation on the record after the jury goes out, but we'll see. And, you know, I
Be
agree.
seated. All right.
I'm sorry, I had to grab my indictments.
That's okay.
At this time, I'd like to make a motion to dismiss certain charges presented, charged against Adam Montgomery. The first comes to the second-degree assault. I recognize that the information with regard to the assault is based on witnesses reporting statements by Adam Montgomery. There is no eyewitness, including Kayla Montgomery herself, because we did know that Mr. Tsaros did speak with Ms. Montgomery, and as a result of that conversation did not come away with concerns with regard to a need to follow up on the allegation of assault by Kevin Montgomery. That no follow-up was deemed necessary. This allegation was investigated. Harmony was spoken to, witnesses were spoken to, and nothing happened as far as this investigation. And that the charges here occurred after, that were instituted after a search for Harmony Montgomery and determination that Adam Montgomery was at least a suspect in why Harmony was missing. And that was the impetus that led to his charge in this case. But based on the facts as they existed in the summer of 2019, I do not believe that there was support for the allegation, and subsequent charges against Mr. Montgomery don't make what did not exist as a confirmation now to be confirmation. With regard to the second-degree murder, the only evidence with regard to how Harmony died or who killed Harmony is Kayla Montgomery's testimony. Kayla Montgomery is a convicted perjurer. She has also acknowledged 2 other instances of perjury other than what she was charged with. Her story itself went through various iterations, and quite frankly, I think were pretty ludicrous as far as a degree of violence that nobody could accomplish in public as she had described and not be seen by anyone. She was describing a degree of violence in the car at a time when people would be going perhaps to work at Colonial Village. She was describing assaults in the car outside of the clinic on Franklin Street. And you may recall the testimony that at one point prior to that, there was testimony that they had to go into the clinic one at a time because at a prior visit while they were parked outside of the clinic, somebody noted that there was nobody in the car with the kids. And so that's why they changed their behavior to one person at a time. This was the regular hours of the clinic with people going in and out of the clinic. Very, very public area. The jury was at the scene. Obstructions for the car outside of the clinic didn't exist. Then there is allegations of at traffic lights from the clinic to Burger King, assaults. She claims at every traffic light. She claims that Mr. Montgomery was at those traffic lights leaning over and striking Harmony in the back seat several times through perhaps each traffic light, and that the last time was pulling into the Burger King parking lot. Again, the jury saw the Burger King parking lot, no obstructions, at a time when other people would be going in and out of the Burger King parking lot. And she described that based on that final assault, he became worried that something perhaps was wrong. And then she describes pulling into the drive-in, having communication and direct contact with a clerk who he is providing money to receive, or however it was paid. She thought cash, but couldn't say definitively. And then receiving the food as the clerk is handing it out to him while he is sitting in the car. I just think it defies logic, reason, and any sort of credibility. The changes that she went through with regard to those events, that although she started out saying that these assaults to the jury started at in the morning before going to the clinic on cross-examination, said that they actually started between 2 and 3 in the morning, with about Harmony being struck about 15 times. And one of the other things in the Burger King parking lot, that she thought the boys were asleep throughout this time. She wasn't sure. I think her credibility with regard to that information is just, she has no credibility, and therefore there is no evidence of how Harmony died and who caused her death. And I would move to dismiss the second-degree murder charge for insufficient evidence, even taking the evidence in the light most reasonable to the state. With regard to falsifying physical evidence, I have no motion. With regard to abuse of a corpse, I have no motion. With regard to tampering with the witness, Kayla testified that upon discovering Harmony's death, she and Adam spoke about what to do. They spoke together about concerns that DCYF would take the children, that was her concern as well, that they made plans together to hide the body, to not tell about Harmony's death. And her description on cross, because I understand on direct, it was different, but on cross, she acknowledged a plan and a communication as a partnership and conspirator rather than being a victim of witness tampering. So I would move to dismiss that charge as insufficient evidence taken in the light most reasonable to the state.
It's okay.
What defies logic, reason, and credibility is to argue that any evidence, taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, that this matter should not go on to the jury. So the defendant's motion to now should be dismissed. I'd like to remind the court with regards to the testimony of the second-degree assault that occurred. Kevin Montgomery testified about how he came home from his trip to Florida to see Harmony in the kitchen the day that he returns in July, in the time period alleged between July 7th and July 22nd, and that he sees the black eye on Harmony. Plain visual assurance and seeing that this injury occurred on a 5-year-old girl at the time, and that what was the defendant's response? I bashed her around the fucking house. This statement about the defendant having struck Harmony during that time period was confirmed by the testimony of Ms. Katie Morin, Courtney Garcia, by Kayla Montgomery herself, by Nicholas Ahern, who all either saw the injury or heard the defendant say one of his variations. 1, admitting that he struck Harmony. 2, saying that Harmony got hurt in a soccer incident. Or 3, admitting that he struck Harmony and that he was angry at the time. Mr. Demetrius Saros, the DCYF investigator who responded, was able to get there over a week later after the defendant had spirited Harmony away at the time of the very first visit, and even he still saw the mark on Harmony's face weeks later. The fact that the defense counsel just pointed out that this charge came forward post the original search for Harmony going missing is completely irrelevant. The statute of limitations allows this charge to be brought anytime within the time frame for an ordinary felony. Specifically here also, when you have a child, there's an extension to the statute of limitations that would go out for felony level conduct. There is no basis in law nor in fact of any of the witnesses who have testified to be able to dismiss this charge. With regard to the second degree murder, again, the testimony of Kayla Montgomery alone is sufficient for this matter to go forward to the jury for their consideration, but it is not alone. It is accompanied by copious amounts of corroboration from various different witnesses, physical evidence that's been provided, from testimonial evidence about records, that what she said happened to happened to Harmony did in fact happen. And that even though the defendant now has stated to the jury in the opening arguments that they can and should find him guilty of falsifying physical evidence, it's falsifying physical evidence that would have shown that he committed the crime of second degree murder against her. Not that something happened in the middle of the night, but that he struck her on December 7th. His words, I think I heard her this time, I think I did something. That's something that's been testified to, that the Kayla Montgomery testified and talked about in the very first proffer, that the first punching happened before the sun came up. So representations that though the beginning of the assault must have been seen by somebody else that was there on a cold, dark December morning do not they do not go ahead and meet with the facts of the case that have been presented on the situation that she was in. The description of violence that was made in public, it's very easy to be violent towards a 5-year-old who's laying down in a car seat, laying down in the car. And that is in fact the position that Kayla Montgomery puts Harmony in, which is behind her seat, behind the passenger seat, in the rear, down against the door. With regards to the witness tampering charge, Your Honor, for that, not only does a picture speak 1,000 words over the fact that the defendant abused Kayla Montgomery physically to make sure that she stuck to the story, but that abuse has been testified to, was witnessed by Nicole Giles as early as January 2020, as well as later on in 2021 by Tara Hilbert. The testimony of Kayla Montgomery has been that that was done to make sure that she stuck to the story that the defendant created, that she did not come out. And she stuck to that story so well, she went ahead and committed perjury as part of that story. So to say that there's no evidence, that light, we're looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, to say that there is no evidence for these three charges to go forward does not coincide with the facts that we've actually heard in this courtroom. And as a result, the defendant's motion should be dismissed.
All right. To succeed on a sufficiency of the evidence claim, the defendant must show that viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, no rational trier of fact could find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. All reasonable inferences derived from the evidence are viewed in the light most favorable to the state. With regard to the second-degree assault charge, Kevin Montgomery testified that he saw the black eye. The defendant, according to the testimony, the defendant admitted that he had bashed Harmony around the house. Kayla also heard the statements. Others also saw the bruising on Harmony. Mr. Soros saw the defendant removing Harmony from the scene when he went there, and subsequently also saw the bruising himself. So considering the evidence that's been presented and taking all the inferences and facts in light most favorable to the state, the motion to dismiss that charge is denied. With regard to the second-degree murder charge, as the state says, there is direct evidence through the testimony of Kayla Montgomery that she saw the defendant striking Harmony, which led to her death. The defendant's own statements indicate that at the time he believed that he hurt Harmony or that he did something to her. There's additional descriptions regarding the circumstances surrounding the families living in the car at that time. Again, taking all the facts and testimony and inferences in the light most favorable to the state, the court does find that the state meets its burden, and the motion to dismiss on the second-degree murder charge is also denied. With regard to the witness tampering, there is a photograph of Kayla. Kayla testified extensively regarding the allegations of abuse and the statements by the defendant with respect to convincing Kayla to stick with the story that he had given to her. Nicole Giles and Tara Hilbert both testified quite clearly regarding the abuse that they saw and heard about. And again, there is sufficient evidence that to show that the state has met its burden on the witness tampering charge as well. And so the motion to dismiss on that claim is also denied. All right, so the motions to dismiss have been denied. I think we're ready to go forward tomorrow with the defense presentation of evidence if they wish to present any. Attorney Smith, it may be useful for the court and for the state for us, if you know in advance about whether or not we're going to be moving right into closings or whether you anticipate presentation of evidence. If you're comfortable with it, you can let the state and the court know. Otherwise, what I would have you do is be here no later than 8:30 tomorrow morning so that we know where this is headed. Should the defendant refuse to be transported tomorrow, the court would deem that a waiver of his right both to be present and a waiver of his right to testify. So I want to be clear on that, as I said to him when I did colloquy him on this issue of his absence. If he doesn't get on the transport in the morning, he will be waiving both his right to be present and his right to testify. Any question about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And if there's any issue with your ability to see him, please inform the court immediately. Okay. With regard to the pending motion that was filed over the weekend, Attorney, I'm comfortable just ultimately making a ruling on that. Since I just got the state's objection this morning, I don't want to rule on it from the bench right now. But I think you can all be prepared as you would for closings.
With regard to that motion, I did want to point out something in light of the state's objection.
Okay.
That it is not while we put in the motion, the court's order on sequestration, this motion, and disagree with it, this motion is about the exculpatory evidence, Brady violation. Also, we did have a transcript so that when we put something in quotes, it is from the recording, not from notes. And finally, that there was one thing where a representation that Attorney Garrity was not sure about whether or not he received some of the information from another source, his wife. In our transcript as well, he is quite clear that the issue of being asked to alert Kayla on being alone, as we put in our motion, that he was quite clear on that. And he was not clear about the second issue that he may have gotten it from his wife about conceding the other charges.
And I guess the only issue that I suppose I'll give you a chance to clarify now is your notion of what is exculpatory. Why don't you tell me in your own words rather than have me attempt to state it exactly what is exculpatory?
The fact that she was specifically guided towards an area and so that she might prepare. And in fact, she did say that when she got the information, she used that information to...
So the fact that she was informed by the state that you were going to, that essentially you were going to suggest that she was the one who killed Harmony. That's what you consider to be...
We don't consider that to be new information to her.
Right.
However, that the specific direction was being alone in the car that night with the children.
So essentially what you think is exculpatory is the preparation of a witness subsequent to opening statements.
Yes. And not disclosing it, especially because the state prepared a question based on their own request to Attorney Garrity, and then said they were surprised at her answer, where it's clear that they anticipated that answer, and then failed to disclose that that guidance had actually been requested.
Okay. Anything, I do have your extensive responsive pleading, but if you'd like to
Just briefly-
respond now.
Just briefly, Your Honor,
Yes.
in regards to what we just heard a moment ago.
Yes.
The state prepared the questions there not based upon the answer of Attorney Garrity, but actually based upon the question of defense counsel during a cross-examination. And in that, she made a statement to Kayla Montgomery to say that basically you went ahead and you agreed and you had to come up big time to get rid of bigger charges and agreed that you committed lesser charges. That is the prompting for why the state asked its question on redirect, to point out that that was the same legal theory that the defendant was using himself. So the defense counsel was very familiar with the theory. It wasn't about a conversation that was had with Attorney Garrity. It was about the defendant's questioning on cross-examination the day before. When we came back.
Can you repeat that, the defendant's questioning?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. I don't have that right in front of me, and I should have printed it out. But at one point in time, actually, excuse me for a second, Your Honor, I believe I may have taken a note on this. Just for a minute. one point, defense counsel asked asked Ms. Montgomery, saying, "You knew they had you solid on perjury, right? You were never getting around that one, right? And so you decided that this would probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your own actions as possible." That is the prompting for the state's question on redirect. That was with regards to whether or not the witness was aware of the defendant's statements in opening and concessions, specifically concessions in opening, about the falsifying physical evidence charge and about the abuse of corpse charge. That is the prompting for the reason, not because of a conversation that was had with Attorney Garrity. It was about those concessions, and it was about defense counsel's question that prompted this to be asked, to then come up, or to then have heard Ms. Montgomery's response. I think that the state has articulated, hopefully clearly enough in its response, that regardless of even if there had been a specific conversation that was about this is the full details of something happening in the middle of the night. Even if that was there, that would not have been a violation of the sequestration order, nor is it new information that would have been shared with Ms. Montgomery, nor would she have been prohibited from having it, and nor does that equal a violation of Brady under O'Brien. There is nothing new here. The defendant's argument is essentially that opposing party preps a witness. All of that should be discoverable, and it's not. It's if there's a suggestion to the witness of how to testify, that may be an issue with regards to what the substance is, but not testimony in general. To be able to remember that at all times, the most important thing is to tell the truth, to make sure that you understand the answer to the question being asked, you give the answer, to make sure that you use your own words to answer a question and don't accept the attorney's words, regardless of which table they happen to be standing at. That is not some sort of suggestive information. Providing that information to a witness is not something that is then in exchange something that is exculpatory for the defendant or is somehow sharing information for the witness. It's not a surprise to Kayla Montgomery that the defendant would be arguing that she's the one who killed Harmony, since those are some of the exact same questions that she was asked from investigators at the beginning, even back to the very first proffer, was about establishing that she's not the individual who had done this. So here, the opposing party doesn't need to say everything that was discussed with the witness and witness prep. That's not Brady material. And what the defendant's argument is to try to say that somehow a violation of a sequestration order, which did not happen, then generates exculpatory material of Brady. And I'm sorry, but that's not the case. That's not how Brady operates. That's not how the sequestration order operates.
All right, thank you.
And again, I think it might be on there, but there is a point where Attorney Knowles said, I don't believe I asked anything of Attorney Garrity. And Attorney Garrity, in fact, said, I was contacted to and requested to apprise Kayla.
Right. I heard him to say, though, that he wasn't requesting information from Attorney Garrity. And Attorney Garrity testified that he just spoke to her when she was here that morning. So in any event, I don't think there was no apprising of testimony. I hear what you're saying. I've read your motion. I'll reread it. I'll reread the state's response of pleading.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on that, Attorney Smith?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. I know you have another commitment. Attorney Brooks, did you have some language you wanted to give me for the proposed instructions that I gave to you regarding the defendant's absence, or I wasn't sure whether you were just saying.
I have not drafted anything myself, Your Honor.
It's something beyond the standard instruction about if the defendant chooses not to testify. Oh, you want something specific to his his absenting himself throughout the trial?
No role in the jury's consideration. That itself does not constitute evidence, and the jury should not speculate.
And that's fine with the state, Your Honor. We have no objection to that language.
Okay, was there anything else other than that you wanted changed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and you've reviewed the charges the instructions on the charges themselves?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Anything from the state other than that?
No, not at all, Your Honor. We reviewed the instructions ourselves. We reviewed the jury verdict form. We have no other suggestions or alterations. Thank you.
Okay. Just see, I just want to make sure that I've covered. Okay.
And I
think
don't mean to be disrespectful.
No. I know you do have to accomplish something. Okay, can you just approach for just one more moment?
All right, you guys. So the defense was really getting in all of their last arguments to try to get testimony thrown out. That last ditch moment was them trying to say that when Kayla said that she was told about her being accused of the murder, they were trying to get that, that was another last ditch effort. And it appears that she lost that effort. She lost the effort to have the case dismissed. That motion was denied. So the state has rested their case. I do feel that it was a strong closing, but it remains to be seen whether it was strong enough for a reasonable doubt. I mean, what the jurors are going to have to do is look at everything that was put before them. And, you have several witnesses that, look, let's just put it this way. There's an extraordinarily strong circumstantial case against Adam. He's whining like a thug about about taxpayer dollars being wasted on finding his daughter, right?
Yes, right, yeah. Okay.
There's no question he's an abuser. There's no question he abused at least his daughter by all kinds of evidence, and that he abused his wife. Right? They're going to be, so it looks like what's going to be happening is that they're going to be coming back tomorrow. And I did put up a poll to see what people think about whether Adam's going to be testifying. And most people say no. And I tend to agree. I think it's not in his best interest to testify. I think it would be one more bad last-ditch move. But he's also really full of himself. He is he's been doing everything he has in his power, which is not showing up. And I don't know if that's actually work for him to not show up, but testifying is his only chance. And the only people that they have put on the witness list for the defense are the foster mom and a jailhouse person, or a prison mate. So it doesn't really sound like they have a very strong defense given all the things that they've tried to do with these other motions. Now, I'm going to switch over to another feed right now. And the other feed is Long Crime. They are covering the Ruby Franke sentencing.
That this neighbor saw,
but they do not have the live feed. So apparently there is not a unless you are tuned into the Zoom, there is not a live feed of the Ruby Franke sentencing. They're getting kind of updates from people who are inside. There are channels who are listening to the live feed. And I'm not going to necessarily promote those channels, but if you do your own searches on those channels, you could probably find them. And I'm not going to snitch. I'm not going to, go snipe those channels live feeds. That wouldn't be very cool of me to do. But I'm gonna watch this feed right now just from Long Crime to see if they provide updates and tell us what they're being sentenced.
She just gave me some really good details. I'm reading this to you now. I have not gone through it yet, but she said Ruby's son Chad and her husband Kevin are in the courtroom, who we've been talking about a bit too. Chad is not the person who sustained the abuse. That was her younger son Russell, but Chad is an older adult. Ruby has entered. The judge is on the bench. Prosecutors asked the judge to honor the plea agreement. This is a quote. She committed horrible acts of child abuse in a concentration camp setting. I mean, you can see the very harrowing description there. The prosecutor said each of the younger children believed to the extent that they deserved the abuse. And this is something we had seen in the past in those court documents, that the children believed they were evil, that they were possessed, that they had to endure this torture in order to repent and have their sins forgiven. Now, Ruby's oldest daughter, Sherry, is also here. Ruby said these words, quote, "Kevin, you are the love of my life," and Kevin is crying. So that's what is happening right now behind me in the courthouse.
All right, well, let's bring in Lauren Matthias with us as a journalist and host of the Hidden True Crime. Lauren, can you give us an idea what's...
Okay, this is the Ruby Franke 8 passengers case. This is the YouTube family that they had the YouTube channel that was about parenting, and then they had CPS had been called on them, and a few times, and was ignored. And then again, this was a parenting channel called 8 Passengers. CPS had been called on them based on some disturbing things that Ruby Franke had said. Ruby Franke had a partner named Jody Hildebrand that she did live streams with. Both of them were arrested for child abuse, severe child abuse. They're in jail. They have both been, pleaded guilty now. Both of them appear to be throwing the other person under the bus. Ruby Franke, the mother of the children that were abused, seems to be saying that that she was under the spell of Jody Hildebrand.
One thing is Sierra mentioned that these children thought they were evil and that they were sinning, and that they thought that they were, and that Jody Hildebrand, a therapist who is in a position of power, someone you're supposed to trust, that people in the community did trust, then is charged and convicted as the abuser in this case, and that these children were so brainwashed that they believed that the abuse was their fault, that there is this bit of religious element, and as well as this idea that we should trust this therapist, that she is in this position of power. I think it gets into a little bit of a cult type of scenario, like a cult leader almost. And that's what I think people are wondering, it's about who was responsible. Was it Jody? Was it Ruby?
That is definitely an element of abusive relationships. When you are abused, you are made to feel like you deserved it, that it's your fault. And it does not sound like they have been sentenced yet. It sounds like they are hearing the victim statements from the children and the ex-husband or the estranged husband. The family seems to have belonged to a branch of, you know, the LDS Church. I do not blame this solely on the LDS Church. What happens with a lot of different faiths is that there's these bastardizations of different faiths where they take it to a degree that the faith didn't intend it to go. They create cults out of a bastardization of a faith. And it appears that that's what happened here. And the calls to 911 and the facts around the case are harrowing. A child escaped the home, ran down the street to a neighbor. The neighbor called 911. I think these are updates.
So that's 20 minutes. There's a 10-minute recess before we're hearing from Jody Hildebrand. And I want to read to you some of the information from our executive producer inside. The defense says Ruby Franke is committed to doing the work. Quote, she is a delightful and respectful person. Here's a statement from Ruby herself. I was led to believe this world was an evil place filled with church leaders that lie and molest and children who need abuse. My choice to believe this led to criminal behavior. Jody Hildebrand was never my business partner. She was my son's counselor. Ruby said she's never received any wages. She also again mentioned Kevin was the love of her life. Now, Ruby continued on saying, my choice to live in fear of the world has created a blind spot for me. Watching my community respond to my charges with justice, mercy, grace, and love, this world is full of really great people. I'm sorry for twisting God's words and distorting this doctrine. This is a big one here, Bob. I'm willing to serve a prison sentence as long as it takes to unravel for what I believe. So that is very interesting what we're hearing right now. And I do believe, I'm so sorry that I'm getting rain all over my phone and it's not acting exactly how it normally should, but I do believe, yep, this is correct here. 1 to 5 sentences, 1 to 15 rather, sentences are all set to run consecutively. So that's what we're just learning right now. Those sentences will run consecutively.
Okay, all right, appreciate it, Sierra. All right, I'm being told that there's something going on with regard to sentencing in the courtroom, so let's go in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to District Court. We're here for sentencing in the matter of State of Utah versus Ruby Franke. Ms. Franke is here with Mr. Windward. Mr. Clark and Mr. Sham are here for the State of Utah, and we are ready to proceed with sentencing.
We are. Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, the terms of the sentence were agreed to as part of the plea agreement, correct?
That is correct.
There is a pre-sentence investigation report in the matter. I have reviewed that. Everyone has seen it.
Yes.
What about restitution, counsel, before we move on with other matters?
We'd like to leave that open at this time, Your Honor. I can get into that. I might be more comfortable if we approach to get into that.
Is there an agreement that restitution, that we reserve that and for what period of time?
8 months is what we're anticipating, but I haven't talked to the defendant's counsel about that.
We haven't discussed that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No.
All right. What's the state's position regarding sentencing?
Your Honor, the state, I'll stand up. The state respectfully requests that the court sentence Ms. Franke to consecutive prison terms for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. This sentence was agreed to by Ms. Franke in her plea agreement and is also recommended by adult probation and parole. She committed horrible acts of child abuse. From May to August in 2023, Ms. Franke and her business partner held her 2 children, ages 9 and 11, turning 12, in a concentration camp-like setting. The children were regularly denied food, water, beds to sleep in, and virtually all forms of entertainment. They were isolated from others and were hidden when people came to visit the house where the children and the defendants were staying. The children were forced to do physical tasks like carrying loaded boxes up and down stairs and wall sits or sitting against a wall without a chair or a stool for hours at a time. They were also forced to do manual labor outdoors in the extreme summer heat, at times without shoes or socks. They were forced to stand outside on a cement patio in the summer heat for hours and even days at a time. They were beaten,
and the 12-year-old was regularly bound hand and foot after he attempted to run away in mid-July. Both children had extensive physical injuries from the abuse that required hospitalization when they were found. The injuries from the binding to the 12-year-old are particularly awful. In addition to physical abuse, the children were emotionally abused to the extent that each believed, to some degree, that they deserved what was being done to them. Had the older of the children not had the courage to run away and ask a neighbor to call the police, heaven only knows how much longer he could have survived in that situation. After being caught, Ms. Franke has shown considerable remorse, as evidenced by agreeing to serve consecutive prison terms and being willing to cooperate with the state against Ms. Hildebrandt. However, given the severity of the abuse she inflicted, consecutive terms are appropriate in this case. As the court's aware, Section 76.3.401 lays out the factors the court takes into account in determining whether consecutive or concurrent sentences should be imposed. Those factors are the gravity and circumstances of the offense, the number of victims, and the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. As agreed to in the plea agreement and as recommended by adult probation and parole, consecutive sentences are appropriate. This is due to the severity of the abuse to both victims. It could be argued that Ms. Franke should receive a lesser sentence than Ms. Hildebrandt because of her remorse and willingness to cooperate with the state. However, the Board of Pardons and Parole will have broad latitude and will be able to take those facts into account when it determines how long each of the co-defendants will remain incarcerated. In conclusion, we respectfully request that the court go along with what was agreed to in the plea agreement and is recommended by adult probation and parole and impose consecutive sentences.
Thank you. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Windward?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. I have a few comments this morning, and the comments my client wishes to make in a few minutes. We are not suggesting, nor are we asking that the court deviate from the stipulated sentence contained in the written plea agreement. I want the court to know that through introspection and reflection, Ruby Franke has become a serious student of her own actions. In the very early days of my involvement with Ruby, she was somewhat defensive, and she was still very much indoctrinated into a philosophy that was destructive. Fortunately, Ruby came to the stark realization of the errors in her thinking patterns and subsequent actions. To say that she was horrified by this realization would be to put it mildly. I have marveled at how quickly Ruby abandoned her defensive stance and moved toward her total acceptance of her actions and to her sentence today. So far, she has used her time in jail to unwrap the layers upon layers of deceit and deception foisted upon her over the last 4 years by an unscrupulous individual. Ruby realizes that she still has work to do in shedding those thinking errors and to reestablish a better and correct pattern of thinking and behavior. Ruby realizes that changing her thinking, reestablishing relationships, and healing are not simple or easy tasks. However, she is committed to doing that work. I would like the court to know that Ruby Franke is a delightful, respectful, and responsible person. She is open to feedback and addressing the consequences of her actions head on, and now ready to address your honor and accept your judgment. Thank you, Judge Walton.
Thank you. Ms. Franke has a statement she'd like to make.
She does.
Judge Wall.
You don't have to bend down.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make a statement without any intent to change my stipulated sentence. For the past 4 years, I've chosen to follow counsel and guidance that has led me into a dark delusion. My distorted version of reality went largely unchecked as I would isolate from anyone who challenged me. I was led to believe that this world was an evil place, filled with cops who control, hospitals that injure, government agencies that brainwash, church leaders who lie and lust, husbands who refuse to protect, and children who need abused. My choice to believe and behave this paranoia culminated into criminal activity for which I stand before you today ready to take accountability. Jody Hildebrandt was never my business partner, nor was I ever employed by her. I have never received wages from her or connections. Jody was employed as my son's counselor in 2019, and in 2020 I paid her to be my mentor. It is important to me to demonstrate my remorse and regret without blame. I take full accountability for my choices, and it is my preference that I'll serve a prison sentence. Thank you to the officers in Santa Clara and the Iron City Police, Nick Hellman, Brian Palufo, Cy Pikuvit, Mike Pondoyo in Tobler, John Ward, Dee Lewis, and Chief Flowers. You were the angels who came and saved my children. I especially want to thank Detective Jay Bate. She plucked me out of a situation I didn't know how to get out of. And the moment she handcuffed me was the moment I gained my freedom. You were not the controlling ones. I was. Thank you to the medical staff at Intermountain Hospital. Your skill, tenderness, and professionalism helped heal my children. Jody and I inflicted the injuries, not the hospital. Thank you to DCFS, the Children's Justice Center, Judge Basil, and other key adults. You've gathered my children under your wing and offered them love, compassion, encouragement. You were not the ones who were doing the brainwashing. Thank you to my Bishop Tom Hawks and my state president, Jim Nilsson, for reminding me of the Lord's love for the lost. So much pain and suffering would have been avoided had I followed and heeded your counsel. I was the one who was deceived, not you. Thank you to the Washington County Prosecutor's Office, Ryan Sham, the legal assistants and discovery clerks. Eric Clark, you exemplified to me how justice and mercy are meant to coexist. My charges are just. They offer safety to my family, accountability to the public, and they did show mercy to me. Thank you to my attorney, Lamar Winward, and his staff. I would not be where I am today without them. Thank you to Randy Kester for your limitless energy in healing my family. My dear friends, Pam and Roy, I'm so sorry for letting you down. Because of your association with me, your innocence was called into question. My mother-in-law, father-in-law, Kevin's family, my cousins, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, and neighbors, you all saw the warning signs long before I did, and you did what you could. You wanted to help, but I pushed you away. My mother and father, I have been utterly wretched to you. You have offered me unconditional love, and for that I have offered you unconditional contempt. My siblings and their spouses, because of my decision to roll around in a pigsty, I have dragged your families through the mud in public. Yet, when I desired to return as a prodigal sister, unlike the prodigal's brother in the Bible, you synced step with my parents and ran out to greet me. Your capacity to love is unprecedented. Kevin, my husband of more than 23 years, you are the love of my life. I'm so sorry to leave to you to finish what we both started together. The ending of our marriage is a tragedy. It all wrapped around my heart. And now I'll never be able to undo. To my babies, my 6 little chicks, you were part of me. I was the mama duck who was consistently watering you to safety. I can see now Over the past 4 years, I was in a deep undercurrent that led us to danger. I remember launching into darkness knowingly. I was so disoriented, but I believed dark was light and right was wrong. I would do anything in this world for you. My willingness to sacrifice all for you was masterfully manipulated into something very ugly. I took from you all that was soft and safe and good. I took from you your mother. And how terrifying this must have been for you. And I'm still crying. You're hurting the tender souls. You're so precious to me. I'm sorry. My choice to live in fear of the world has created a great vulnerability and a blind spot for me, where I have broken hearts and I've caused people to suffer and I have betrayed sacred trust. Watching my community respond to my charges with justice and mercy and grace and love is all the evidence to me how wrong I've been. This world is full of really good people. And finally, I'm sorry for twisting God's word and distorting his doctrines. My greatest desire is to stand in his court someday spotless and confident. And Judge Walton, I know that standing before you today is a necessary step towards that end. Thank you to you and your staff for facilitating my opportunity to take accountability and to answer for my charges. I am humbled and willing to serve a prison sentence as long as it takes to continue unraveling all of the misinformation I have believed and thought, swallowed, and acted out, and for my family to heal and for the community to heal. And I understand this is going to take time. I'm committed to continuing my learning until all of my toxic layers are shed, and I am ready to re-enter as a contributing member of our beautiful society. Thank you, Judge Walton.
Thank you for your statement, Ms. Franke. Anything else, Mr. Winward?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else prior to the court imposing sentence?
No, Your Honor.
The sentence will be that Ms. Franke serve 4 counts, 1 to 15-year sentences based on her convictions for 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. Again, they will be served consecutively pursuant to the parties' agreement and the applicable statute. Under the applicable statute, the court finds that consecutive sentences are appropriate. Ms. Franke, the last thing I do need to tell you is that you have only 30 days to file or to perfect an appeal of any errors of the court by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of the court. If you don't do that within 30 days, you will lose your right to appeal. You also have the right to the assistance of an attorney on appeal and to have one appointed if you cannot afford to hire your own. Restitution, as agreed by the parties, will remain open for a period of 8 months. Any of the parties can bring that matter back before the court within that period of time. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. The next matter before the court is State of Utah versus Hildebrandt, case 231501763. Mr. Terry is here representing Ms. Hildebrandt. Mr. Shum and Mr. Clark are here representing the state.
Your Honor, we anticipated 10:30. I'm not saying that we need to wait till then, but can I have a moment, please?
approachable.
Where's that concession?
Court recalls the matter of State of Utah versus Hildebrand, case 231501763. Counsel are present. Ms. Hildebrand is present. Counsel, there is a pre-sentence investigation report. I have read it. Everyone has seen and reviewed that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, the sentence was stipulated at the time of the plea agreement. What record do we need to make other than going forward with sentencing?
Your Honor, it would be repetitive. I had the same statement just with the last few paragraphs where I was differentiating between Ms. Franke and Ms. Hildebrand.
Okay, let's talk about housekeeping matters first. What about restitution?
We've stipulated to keep that open for 8 months.
It is appropriate, Your Honor, since we don't have any evidence with respect to restitution, and that's because it is still in the process of being gathered by the county attorney's office. It's completely appropriate for the court to make no orders with respect to restitution, to reserve all issues regarding restitution, and we have no issue with the eight-month time frame.
And the injunction that was previously issued by the court will remain in effect?
It will.
At least until that time?
It will remain in effect until further order of this court.
All right. Mr. Clark?
Thanks, Your Honor. The state of Utah respectfully requests that the court sentence Ms. Hildebrand to consecutive prison terms for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse to which she has pleaded guilty. The sentence was agreed to her in her plea agreement and is also recommended by adult probation and parole. Ms. Hildebrand committed awful acts of child abuse. From May to August 2023, she and her business partner held 2 children, ages 9 and 11, turning 12, in a concentration camp-like setting in her house in Ivan City. The children were regularly denied food, water, beds to sleep in, and virtually all forms of entertainment. They were isolated from others and were hidden when people came to visit the house. They were forced to do physical tasks like carrying loaded boxes up and down stairs and doing wall sits or sitting against a wall without assistance of a chair or stool for hours at a time. They were forced to do manual labor outdoors in the extreme summer heat, often without shoes or socks. And they were also forced to stand outside on a cement patio in the summer heat for hours and even days. They were beaten, and the 12-year-old was regularly bound hand and foot after he attempted to run away in mid-July. Both children had extensive physical injuries from the abuse that required hospitalization to treat. The injuries from the binding are particularly bad. In addition to the physical abuse, the children were emotionally abused. They each believed to some degree that they deserved what was being done to them. Had the older of the 2 children not had the courage to run away and ask a neighbor to call the police, heaven only knows how much longer he could have survived. After being caught, Ms. Hildebrand has shown little to no remorse for her actions. In telephone conversations that will be provided in full to the Board of Pardons and Parole, and which she knew to be recorded, she's repeatedly claimed that she is the victim and the children are the perpetrators. She has gone so far as to say that the things said in this proceeding and covered by the media today will be full of lies. The combination of 3 factors make Ms. Hildebrand a significant threat to the community. First, the severity of the abuse she caused to be inflicted on young children. Second, her attitude that everything she did was justified and that she is being wrongfully imprisoned. And third, her training as a therapist and aptitude for using online resources to convince others to follow her guidance. Utah Code Section 76-3-401 lays out 3 factors the court should consider in determining whether to impose concurrent or consecutive sentences. The first is the gravity and circumstances of the offense. The second is the number of victims. And the third is the history, character, and rehabilitative need of the defendant. As agreed to in the plea agreement and as recommended by adult probation and parole, consecutive sentences are appropriate here. This is due to the severity of the abuse to the 2 victims and the extreme need for Ms. Hildebrand to be rehabilitated so that she no longer will present a risk to the community. The state respectfully requests that she be sentenced to 4 consecutive terms.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Terry?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be brief. As is always the case in cases that come before courts, there are two sides to every case. And and even in a case like this, that remains the case. There are many, many allegations regarding these two individuals, Ms. Franke and my client, Ms. Hildebrand. The only facts in this case that are adjudicated facts are those set forth in the plea agreement that she entered into freely and knowingly and voluntarily. Those facts, those adjudicated facts, are significant. They certainly provide a basis for the pleas and provide a basis for the stipulated sentence in this case. My experience with Ms. Hildebrand is that she is not the person that she has been portrayed to be. But having said that, she has accepted responsibility in this case. She has entered into this plea agreement with a stipulated sentence of 4 consecutive sentences. She did that at the time she entered into the plea agreement, knowing that that would be the court's order. She's before the court today, knowing that that will be the court's order, and she fully accepts that. She accepts responsibility and she accepts the consequences for her conduct. And we will submit it to the court on the stipulated agreement.
Mr. Terry, you suggested that there are two sides to every case. I generally agree with you. Ms. Hildebrand didn't make a statement to AP&P in the course of the pre-sentence investigation report.
Correct.
Why did she not make a statement?
She wanted to reserve her right to make a statement before the court today, and she has a brief statement that she wants to read, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
all right. Ms. Hildebrand? Go ahead.
I sincerely love these children. I desire for them to heal physically and emotionally. One of the reasons I did not go to trial is that I did not want them to emotionally relive the experience which would have been detrimental to them. My hope and prayer is that they will heal and move forward to have beautiful lives. I am willing to submit to what the state feels would be an appropriate amount of time served to make retribution as an outcome.
And in answer to your question, Your Honor, I knew that whatever she might say to the author of the pre-sentence report would probably sound hollow and self-serving, and perhaps it does today. But I know that my client, in the statement that she makes to the court today, that statement is absolutely sincere.
Does Ms. Hildebrand recognize that it's her behavior that caused the harm to the children that she's referred to in her statement?
Your Honor, she recognizes that she was, along with Ms. Franke, that she made decisions with respect to the discipline of those children that were wrong, that caused harm to those children. She fully recognizes that and accepts responsibility for that.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Hildebrand, this circumstance is tragic. It's largely, of course, of your making. By any measure, your conduct in this case was disastrous for these children. Adults are supposed to protect children. Adults with specialized training in particular are supposed to protect children. You didn't do that in this case. In this case, you terrorized children, and the results have been tragic. what happened to these children and your philosophy in dealing with them, frankly, seems detached from reality or any objective standard of decency or even common sense. And the court finds that it is appropriate that you serve a prison sentence. The court finds under the statute, Utah Code 76-3-401, that given the gravity and circumstances of the offenses, the number of victims, and the history and character and needs of the defendant, that consecutive sentences are appropriate. The court imposes 4 1 to 15-year sentences to be again served consecutively for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. The last thing I do need to tell you is that you only have 30 days to file or perfect an appeal of any error of the court by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of the court. If you don't do that, you will lose your right to appeal. That has to be filed in writing and again within 30 days. You also have the right to the assistance of an attorney and to have an attorney appointed if you cannot afford to hire your own. Thank you. We're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Wow, I don't know about you folks, but I found that those 2 sentencings to be extraordinary. I have another guest that we're going to bring on the show, Natalie Whittingham Burrell, with us, criminal defense lawyer. Natalie, let me go to you on this with that criminal defense lawyer experience.
Well, you guys, I agree with you, Harlot. 4 years for torturing children. Four years. I mean, look, it's one thing to be parents who are accused of torturing children, you know, kind of like the oh gosh, the name is escaping me. But the parents who kept their adoptive kid in a box, right? They called it the boy in the box murder trial. Timothy Fair. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name. But anyway. Ferreter. Thank you. I knew someone in chat would know that. And that was in Florida, right? It started in Arizona and then went to Florida, but the case was tried in Florida. This is in Utah. But so Tim and his wife were just, you know, parents, right? Same with Shonda Vander Ark. She was just a parent. Ruby Franke had a channel on YouTube with millions of subscribers talking about parenting, you guys. This is the type of stuff that just drives me insane. This is the type of stuff that makes me raise my voice. Right? She had a parenting channel. And then this Jody Hildebrand, as is being reported in my chat, was a recommended therapist by the LDS Church. So these are people who are foisted up by social media platforms and by 2 influential, powerful platforms as authorities on parenting. What does that say about us? What does that say? Do I say, you know, does it help for me to sit here and say, I told you so? No, it doesn't, because I've told you so many fucking times. How many fucking times have I sat here and said, I told you so? That doesn't help. All I can do is just sit here and keep saying it. And 4 years, that's the minimum. The you know, but our prison system is so overcrowded. And I guess it's because, you know, those are the sentencing guidelines that we have right now. We have to get stronger sentences for people like this. And look at the picture we're looking at on the screen right now from one of their beautiful, beautiful, beautiful photo shoots, because they're such a great family. This is a family that people looked up to. Kind of like, do you remember what was that show, Kate plus 8, something Kate and Kate plus 8? That family was a travesty too, and they were put on national TV. They were a reality show before YouTube was really a thing. YouTube was around, but it wasn't like it is now. Let's see what this person is saying, because they look angry.
Yes, and not just in my career, but in our office's career, in our institutional memory, this is one of the worst child abuse cases we've seen.
Do you consider this precedent setting?
Can you?
In terms of the actual
Right, Johnny K plus 8. Yes, thank you. I have not a great memory for names,
because I think the board takes everything into account so specifically.
You think Jody's going to end up serving more?
I hope so. And I hope that Jody does serve more. I think that would only be fair. I think that Ruby should serve. So the sentence that they got is basically 4 to 30 years today, right? The 4 1-year minimum stat, and then in Utah you're capped at 30 years.
Oh.
I think that a 4-year minimum for Ruby's actions are entirely appropriate. I hope that Jody serves more time than that, and I hope that she isn't out of prison until everybody is completely confident that she's no longer a risk. And to get there, she's going to have to acknowledge that she has done wrong, and that you can't use religion as a means to justify your crazy behavior.
Do you think, I'm just trying to understand, why would the mother, in your opinion, deserve less time when she's torturing her kids versus a stranger? Wouldn't you hold a parent more accountable?
And again, so they both got the same deal, right?
And you guys are all right. Look at the different TV families that were put on TV as examples of what it's like to have a great family. The Duggars, Sister Wives. And look how they've ended up. I should probably do like a video on that on my other channel. 8 Passengers. I mean, but it just never seems to get through to people that what's on the screen in real life are not the same. It's just not the same. Anyway, this stuff just makes me so angry. So angry. Oh my God. Yeah. TLC, the place to start for wacko. That'd be a good tagline. The place to start for wackadoodle programming. I mean, I remember my mom is, God rest her beautiful soul. She loved 19 Kids and Counting. And she'd be like, oh my goodness. I just can't believe. And this is well before all this stuff came out about the Duggars. Well before. Yes, I changed my pick to pissed sarcasm. Yes. the Breaking Amish shows, the Leaving the Mormon shows, the FLDS breakaway shows. Those are great. Showing people breaking away. And just to follow up, pissed sarcasm, I think that's my general sense of state of being these days. Pissed sarcasm. Oh my goodness gracious. Anyway, I do appreciate you all being here today. So just to recap what happened today, we saw a pretty strong state in the Montgomery case. We saw a pretty strong closing by the state. Probably, if that's the strongest they can do, it was pretty strong. They brought on a very likable, very credible witness from an incarcerated witness, Rebecca Maines, who said that she and Adam became friends. They were pretty good friends. They were incarcerated together. And he told her that he hit Harmony when she messed in her pants, or I'm sorry, he hit Harmony when he thought that she was smothering a baby, right? He also told her that he hated Harmony. So right after that, they put a detective on the stand who had followed up on a lead that Harmony was seen alive in Arizona. And they went and looked for Harmony and spent some time searching for Harmony. Yes, Harlot, he hated Harmony to his core because Harmony reminded him of Harmony's mother. That was very compelling testimony. The defense tried to get that witness and really failed miserably. The chat really grew to like that witness and wanted to root for her. Then put this detective on the stand who testified about going to follow up in Arizona on a lead about finding Harmony, and then a jailhouse call between Adam and somebody else where Adam is just whining and bitching and moaning about how the state wasted time and taxpayer dollars looking for Harmony. So, the question is, did they prove within, beyond a reasonable doubt that Adam is the person who killed Harmony? That really, that remains to be seen. Did the jury sit there and feel that was a beyond the reasonable doubt case? The only forensic evidence we really have is Harmony's blood in the in the tiles where she was stored, and Adam's prints nearby it, right? If you want me to show the Walmart footage right now, I will. Absolutely. I'll go out with it. I'm just kind of recapping right now. So after that closing, we heard that really damning testimony of Adam talking about the state wasting its time. You get really angry. It's facts are not feelings, but you get really angry hearing him talking about the state wasting their time when you realize that he cares about taxpayer dollars, right? He didn't even show up for his own hearing after, sitting there in court, showing up and looking like this, strutting in. Like he owns the place, right? So then the state says, we rest our case. We have no more witnesses. Then the defense jumped up and argued two motions. They argued to dismiss, which is a normal course of action in these trials. They failed, and honestly, it was not a very strong argument. Elaine, Sally, Jesse, Raphael, Oriani, Koff, whatever, Barbara just looked completely deflated and tired, and we did not hear about this surprise witness. Maybe that's a defense witness that we will hear from. We are left wondering if Adam will show up, make a surprise entrance and try to show up and testify. My own disorder in the court chat has been voting, and after 92 votes, they say no. And my disorder in the court chat is super smart, so I'm going to go with them. I think that that's not going to happen. I didn't forget the cough part. I see a little action here. Let's see if anything interesting is.
Do you want to just, maybe go right here. Mr. Terry, you can start with saying your first name.
Douglas Terry, I represent Jody Hildebrandt.
Doug, you said two sides to every story. It didn't seem like the judge agreed. What do you make of that back and forth and dialogue?
The seriousness of the case, the seriousness of the allegations, the seriousness of the facts that both Ms. Franke and Ms. Hildebrandt pled guilty to. I was not surprised at all by the judge's comments and questions of my client. I'm not prepared to go into specifics with respect to facts that are disputed in this case. I will stand by what I said on her behalf in the sentencing hearing, and that is that she entered into this plea agreement to take responsibility.
Yeah, my understanding is she got the same. All right, I'm going to pull up this Walmart footage. This is the footage that we were looking for in terms of when Adam and Kelsey were at the Walmart. Thank you to the subscriber who sent this to me. I really appreciate it and gave me the timestamp to look for. So look at the screen now. What we're going to be seeing is what we didn't see on Friday when they were showing, or Thursday, Friday, I forget what day it was, when they were at Walmart and apparently Adam puts his hands on her, and the defense was able to get this part of the footage thrown out for whatever reason. But I guess since Kelsey is not an actual party to the case and it's a prior act. So here we go.
I do. And let us know if they reappear on the screen.
They do.
Appear on the screen.
I do.
And let us know if they reappear on the screen.
They do.
And let us know if they reappear on the screen.
They do.
Okay. That's what I see. I see he's playing, but she's not. He's playing, she's not. That's what I see. I'm going to try to get a better look at this. I see so if you notice, he's been following her around like a puppy dog, right? She seems a little over him. Like she feels smothered by him. She feels irritated by him. I don't know this for sure, but this is just the read I'm getting, okay? he keeps following her around. Just look at his body language right there. He keeps trying to get her attention. So then he goes and grabs her face like he wants to kill her. Like, oh, come on. And she's like, leave me alone. So let me turn that back again. It's hard to operate the controls like that. Come on. Stupid thing. Hold on.
About the last of the cosmetic tracks that you provided to Manchester Police Department. Cosmetics.
I do.
If I could direct your attention to the screen. And
I do.
And let us know if they reappear on the screen.
They do. They do.
See, he's kind of scrabbing. He's like, come look at me. And he's smiling. And she's like, you are irritating the fuck out of me. Yeah, his breath was probably nasty. And then she turns around the other way. It is aggression. It's like he owns her. He thinks he owns her. And then she turns around the other way and he chases her. See? He still wants it. He's still trying to grab her. See? So it probably wasn't. And that might have been why they got it thrown out. Because you can't really call that an assault. You know, like you don't know. They were in a relationship. You don't see him like taking a swing. No. So when you say this, do you mean this footage? No. So this footage was not shown in trial. So people were interested in seeing it. So I asked if someone could send me the link to it, and they did. And I want to thank them for that. So I'm going to end the stream here. Are you behind in the stream? So this footage is from Walmart. Okay. This footage was not shown in trial, but footage from the same day was shown in trial. I'm just showing this because I was curious about it and other people were curious about it. Kayla was there with them that day, but she was not in this part of the store at that time. She was at the front of the store doing the eco ATM with the phone. So anyway, so for those of you who are not aware, the trial is over for today. They are coming back tomorrow. The defense will put on their case. We will see what case they put on. It'll be very interesting to see what case they put on. If they put Adam on the stand. The only two witnesses they put on their list was Harmony's foster mother and a prison inmate. So that's what's going on tomorrow. And then I'm presuming with that short of a list of, unless they put Adam on the stand, then they're going to send people out to deliberate. They're going to send the jury out to deliberate. And depending on how quickly they deliberate, we will have a verdict on Wednesday or Thursday, or at least by the end of the week. So I really appreciate you all being here. I'm going to put my links. I didn't really share my links the entire day. So I'm going to right now on my way out. Thank you very, very. Yeah, that may be the case, Chopper. I don't necessarily disagree with you there. I've just seen so many, different things happen. All righty. I will see you tomorrow. And otherwise, have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Bye.